Looking back now, I often wonder if I was just looking for trouble. Not consciously, of course, but there's a part of me that even then was always drawn to the edges of things, the forgotten places, the stories whispered in hushed tones. I was 27 at the time, living in this quiet, almost sleepy town on the fringes of the Allegheny National Forest. My job as a freelance photographer mostly involved documenting local history for regional magazines, which meant a lot of poking around old structures and abandoned sites. It suited me, the solitude, the chance to uncover something hidden. This particular assignment was for a piece on Pennsylvania's haunted histories, a predictable but popular topic. The editor had given me a list of local legends, and near the top was the old Blackwood Place. Everyone in town knew about it, mostly because it was impossible not to. The house sat on a sprawling, overgrown plot about 15 minutes outside town, down a long, winding dirt road. It was one of those grand, turn-of-the-century Victorian homes, but time and neglect had turned its once-proud facade into something mournful. Locals called it the house that never slept. The story went that even after the Blackwood family supposedly vanished or died off generations ago, lights would often flicker in its empty windows at night. Neighbors, those few who lived out that far, reported seeing shadows move, hearing faint music, or even the sound of a child crying. The official line was always squatters or teenagers daring each other, but the consistency of the reports spanning decades made it something more. People swore it was impossible to drive past after dark without feeling a chill. I was skeptical naturally. A photographer's job is to capture reality, not superstitions. But the idea of photographing such a famous, eerie landmark, especially one with such persistent tales, was a goldmine for the article. I figured I'd go out during the day, get my shots, maybe even break in for a few interior shots if the opportunity presented itself, strictly for historical documentation, of course. My trusty old pickup Betsy, as I called her, was loaded with my camera gear, a tripod, and a thermos of lukewarm coffee. It was a Tuesday, late autumn, the kind of day where the sky was a flat, bruised gray and the air already carried the sharp bite of winter. Perfect, I thought, for capturing that melancholic, decaying vibe. I drove out alone, of course. That was my first mistake, or at least the initial vulnerability. I was always alone on these trips. I preferred it. No one to distract me, no one to rush me, just me, my camera, and the silence. The dirt road leading to the Blackwood house grew rougher the further I went, the trees closing in like watchful sentinels. When I finally cleared the last curve, the house stood there, framed against the sullen sky. It was even more imposing than I'd imagined, larger, more desolate. Its paint was peeling like sunburnt skin, the porch sagging, and most of its windows were either broken or boarded up like blind eyes. A knot of weeds and thorny bushes had reclaimed the yard, creeping right up to the front steps. I parked Betsy a good distance away, tucking her behind a thick stand of pines. I wanted the house to be the sole focus of my first impression. I grabbed my camera bag and started walking, the crisp autumn leaves crunching under my boots. The silence out there was profound, almost heavy. No birds chirping, no distant hum of traffic. Just the wind, a low, sighing sound through the bare branches. As I got closer, a strange feeling began to settle over me, not exactly fear, but a prickling sense of unease. It was that feeling you get when you walk into a room where an argument just happened, or when you know someone has been watching you, even if you can't see them. I circled the perimeter first, snapping wide shots, trying to capture the house's grand, tragic scale. There was a rusted iron fence, half collapsed in places, overgrown with ivy that seemed to strangle it rather than adorn it. The air grew noticeably colder as I got closer to the decaying structure itself, a damp, earthy smell mixing with something else, something fainter, almost metallic. I found an old, broken window on the side, partially obscured by a scraggly shrub. It looked like a fairly easy entry point, but I decided to hold off for now. I wanted to get a full exterior survey first. That's when I saw it. Just as I was lowering my camera, having snapped a shot of the gnarled oak tree that overshadowed the house, I noticed something incongruous. Tucked between two rotted planks that covered a ground floor window near the back of the house was a small, almost perfectly white handkerchief. It looked impossibly clean against the weathered wood, pristine and stark. It was folded neatly, tucked in as if placed there deliberately, not snagged by the wind. And it had a delicate, embroidered bee on one corner. My breath hitched. It was a tiny detail, easily missed, but it was there. And it shouldn't have been. This house was supposed to be abandoned, truly abandoned for decades. No squatters would leave such a thing, no teenagers. A sudden cold shiver ran down my spine, a feeling utterly unlike the autumn chill. It was the opening spark, the first minor anomaly that snagged my rational mind and planted a very real, very unsettling seed of dread. The house that never slept, indeed. My initial thought, a desperate reflex of a mind trained to seek logic, was that someone had placed it there recently. A local kid, perhaps, trying to add to the legend. But the sheer perfection of it, the pristine white against the rotting wood, the delicate, perfectly preserved embroidery, it felt too deliberate, too timeless for a prank. It hummed with a different kind of energy, a quiet defiance of decay. I took a shaky breath, the cold air rasping in my throat. My camera, forgotten for a moment, hung heavy around my neck. Every instinct screamed at me to back away, to pack up Betsy and drive straight back to town, to forget the house that never slept and just write a piece about the exterior, about the local folklore. But the handkerchief, so small, so innocent, had snagged something deeper inside me. It wasn't just a prop, it was a question, an anomaly that begged for an answer, and my nature, the part that was always drawn to the edges, wouldn't let it go. Carefully, I approached the window. The shrub that partially hid it was sparse, its leaves brown and brittle. I reached out a gloved hand, hesitating just inches from the delicate fabric. It didn't feel dusty or brittle as something left out for decades should. It felt soft. I gently nudged it, expecting it to be caught on a splinter, but it slid free with surprising ease, dropping into my palm. It was even more remarkable up close. The linen was fine, almost translucent, and the bee embroidered in one corner was a rich, dark blue, surprisingly vivid. It smelled faintly of something old, yes, but not musty. More like dried lavender, or perhaps even something faintly metallic, like the air itself around the house. Holding it, a strange sense of intimacy settled over me. This wasn't just an object, it was a personal belonging, carefully made, carefully kept. Who would leave such a thing here, tucked away in the shadows of a decrepit house? And why? My initial plan to merely photograph the exterior and maybe sneak in a few shots if an opportunity presented itself had abruptly shifted. The house was no longer just a photographic subject. It was a puzzle, and the handkerchief was the first, tantalizing piece. The broken window I'd spotted earlier on the side suddenly felt less like a trespass and more like an invitation. I tucked the handkerchief carefully into my inner jacket pocket, a strange new weight against my chest. I then made my way back to the side of the house, my boots crunching on the fallen leaves, each step sounding unnaturally loud in the profound silence. The window was indeed broken, a jagged hole in one of the lower panes, large enough for me to clamber through. The frame itself was rotted, the wood soft and crumbling, but it still held. A few loose boards had been nailed across it haphazardly, clearly meant to deter entry, but they were old and splintered, easily pulled away. Before attempting entry, I retrieved a small, powerful flashlight from my camera bag along with a multi-tool. I also pulled out my phone, checking for reception. As expected, nothing. The isolation was complete. Taking a deep breath, I pushed aside the flimsy boards. They groaned, protesting their long-held position, but ultimately gave way, clattering to the ground. I peered into the darkness. A thick, oppressive gloom greeted me. The air inside was still and heavy, carrying the distinct scent of decay, damp wood, dust, and something else, something cloying and ancient. My flashlight beam cut through the darkness, illuminating a small, cramped pantry or storage room, shelves lining the walls, mostly empty save for a few dark, unidentifiable shapes covered in cobwebs. The floor was strewn with debris, broken glass, plaster dust, and what looked like a scattering of dried leaves and rodent droppings. I took a moment, adjusting my eyes, letting the flashlight sweep the small space. My heart was pounding, a heavy drum against my ribs, but it wasn't purely fear. There was an undeniable rush, an adrenaline-fueled excitement that came from stepping into the unknown, into a place whispered about and avoided. This was the edge, and I was finally on it. With a grunt, I hoisted myself through the window, careful not to scrape against the broken glass or disturb the crumbling frame too much. My boots landed softly on the debris-covered floor, stirring up a cloud of dust that shimmered in the flashlight's beam. I paused, listening. The silence inside was even deeper than outside, a suffocating blanket that seemed to absorb all sound. Even my own breathing felt loud, ragged. I navigated the small pantry, pushing aside a few rotting planks that had once formed a makeshift door. They disintegrated almost a touch. I found myself in a cavernous, dilapidated kitchen. It was enormous, clearly designed for a large household, but now it was a skeleton of its former self. A massive cast-iron stove, rusted and caked with grime, dominated one wall. A long wooden table, half collapsed, lay in the center, buried under generations of dust and plaster. Cabinets hung askew, their doors either missing or dangling precariously on single hinges. The windows, like most in the house, were either boarded up or completely shattered, letting in only slivers of bruised gray light that did little to dispel the gloom. I moved slowly, my flashlight beam dancing across the surfaces, illuminating details in stark relief. Dust motes swirled in the disturbed air, dancing like tiny spirits. I tried to focus my thoughts, to approach this professionally, to capture the dilapidation for my article. But the professional detachment was slipping. Every shadow seemed to hold a secret, every creak of the old house settling sounded like a whisper. On a counter near a broken porcelain sink, I saw a stack of old, yellowed newspapers. They looked ancient, brittle, but unlike everything else, they weren't completely buried under grime. I carefully picked one up. The date, though faded, was legible, October 17, 1923. My brow furrowed. That was almost a century ago. The Blackwood family was said to have vanished sometime in the 1920s. These papers, then, could very well have been left behind by them. But why were they stacked so neatly, almost as if someone had just placed them there yesterday? I continued through the kitchen, my flashlight beam sweeping across the grimy floor. What I was really looking for, I realized, was something else, another anomaly, something that would either confirm the handkerchief's implication or debunk it entirely, something that defied time. I found the kitchen led into a formal dining room, equally grand and equally decayed. A long, ornate dining table, once polished mahogany, was now warped and splintered, its surface a graveyard of dust and fallen plaster. Chairs lay toppled, their velvet upholstery ripped and faded, springs protruding like broken bones. A large, dark oil painting, its canvas slashed and peeling, hung crookedly on one wall, depicting a serene, tree-lined landscape now rendered sinister by neglect. As I moved into the dining room, a cold spot hit me suddenly, an invisible wall of chilling air that made the hairs on my arms stand on end. It was so intense, so localized, that I actually stopped, my breath catching. It wasn't the ambient chill of the house, this was distinct, sharp, and felt almost intentional, like stepping into a cold storage unit. I spun around, my flashlight beam darting into every corner, every shadow. Nothing, just the vast, empty room. The cold spot lingered for a few seconds, then dissipated as quickly as it had appeared, leaving me with a profound sense of unease. Just an old house settling, I tried to tell myself. Drafts, air currents, but my rationalizations were sounding increasingly hollow even to me. I pushed on, determined to complete my survey of the ground floor. The dining room opened into a wide, central hallway, dark and imposing. A grand staircase, its banister intricately carved but now covered in thick dust and cobwebs, swept upwards into the gloom. At the base of the stairs, a huge grandfather clock stood silent, its pendulum long since still, its face cracked and opaque. To the left, another large room presented itself, the living room, judging by the layout. It was perhaps the saddest room yet. An immense fireplace dominated one wall, its mantelpiece still adorned with what looked like tarnished silver candelabras and a few broken porcelain figurines. A sofa, its velvet upholstery completely shredded, exposed its springs. An overturned piano, its keys yellowed and silent, lay in a heap in one corner as if thrown there in a fit of rage. It was here in the living room that I saw it, another object that didn't fit. On the mantelpiece amidst the tarnished candelabras was a small, ornate silver locket. It was open, revealing two tiny, faded photographs, a man with a stern expression and a woman with kind eyes, both dressed in clothing from a bygone era. It was old, clearly, but it was also utterly clean, not a speck of dust clung to it. It gleamed faintly in my flashlight beam, a tiny beacon of anachronism in a sea of decay. It was exactly like the handkerchief, too pristine, too carefully placed. My hand trembled as I reached for it. It was cool to the touch, not cold like the rest of the metal in the house. I could feel the faint warmth of my own fingers quickly transfer to the silver. It felt alive in a strange way. Who would leave such a precious, personal item and yet keep it so meticulously clean amid such desolation? And if it had been left generations ago, how had it escaped the pervasive dust and grime that coated every other surface? This was no longer just an old house. This was something else entirely. My professional curiosity had given way to a raw, visceral need to understand. I closed the locket gently and slipped it into my other jacket pocket next to the handkerchief, two impossible objects now in my possession. I felt a sudden, intense chill, not just the localized cold spot this time, but a pervasive, bone-deep cold that seemed to emanate from the very walls. The air grew heavy, almost viscous. The silence, which had been profound, now seemed to press in on me, a physical weight. Then a sound. A faint, almost imperceptible whisper. It seemed to drift from upstairs, a barely audible rustle like old silk against wood, or perhaps like a breath. I froze, my heart leaping into my throat. My flashlight beam shot up the grand staircase, its light swallowed by the gloom above. Nothing, just shadows stretching and dancing in the unsteady beam. I held my breath, straining my ears, every nerve ending screaming with heightened awareness. Silence, absolute, terrifying silence. It's the wind, I told myself, trying to sound convincing even to myself. An old house makes noises, it's just settling. But the whisper had been too distinct, too close, too human. It hadn't been a groan of wood or a creak of old nails. I stood there for a long moment, indecisive, my mind warring with itself. The rational part of me was shouting, "Get out now, you have your shots, you have your proof of something strange, this is enough." But the other part, the part that had collected the handkerchief and the locket, the part that was drawn to the edges, was urging me on. "What's up there? Who made that sound?" A faint, shimmering light caught my eye. It was coming from the hallway near the entrance to the kitchen. My flashlight had been pointed up the stairs, leaving the lower level in relative darkness. I slowly turned, my hand gripping the cold metal of the flashlight. It wasn't a light source, not exactly. More like an absence of shadow, a faint, milky luminescence that seemed to hover just above the floor near the grandfather clock. It was fleeting like a trick of the light, but then it intensified, coalescing into a hazy, indistinct shape. It was roughly human-sized, shimmering with an inner light like heat haze off asphalt, but cold, impossibly cold. My breath hitched, my heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic bird trapped in a cage. This wasn't a draft. This wasn't my imagination. This was real. The shape solidified slightly, its edges still indistinct, but I could make out what seemed to be the outline of a figure standing motionless. It radiated that same bone-deep cold, and the air around me felt suddenly charged, heavy with an unseen presence. It didn't move. It just stood there, radiating an ancient, weary sorrow. Fear, cold and sharp, finally gripped me, shaking me to my core. This was beyond anything I had ever encountered, anything my skeptical mind could rationalize away. I didn't reach for my camera. Photography felt utterly trivial in the face of this. My only instinct was survival. But even as fear flooded my system, a strange, almost hypnotic pull emanated from the figure. It wasn't menacing, not overtly. It was mournful, a profound sadness that seemed to seep into my own bones. I found myself unable to move, rooted to the spot, my flashlight beam fixed on the spectral shape. Then the whisper returned, clearer this time. It wasn't a word, not exactly, but a sigh, a faint, melancholic exhalation that seemed to carry all the weight of the decaying house, all the untold stories of 100 years. It came from the figure itself, or perhaps from all around me. The figure didn't speak, it simply existed, a silent sentinel of grief. And then, as quickly as it had appeared, it began to dissipate, its milky luminescence fading, its edges blurring, until it was just a faint distortion in the gloom, then gone entirely, leaving behind only the crushing silence and the lingering, icy cold. I stood there trembling for what felt like an eternity. My flashlight beam still trembled, cutting through the thick darkness. My mind reeled, trying to process what I had just seen, to reconcile it with everything I knew, everything I believed. A spectral figure, a whisper, an impossible cold. No, this isn't real, it can't be real. But the cold still clung to me, a physical manifestation of the encounter. And the locket and handkerchief still weighed in my pockets, tangible proof that this house held secrets beyond mere decay. I forced myself to move, taking a deep, shuddering breath. I had to get out. My professional duty was forgotten. My desire to understand was eclipsed by a primal need to escape. I spun around, heading back towards the kitchen, towards the broken window, my boots crunching desperately on the debris. Then a louder sound. This wasn't a whisper. This was a distinct, sharp thump from upstairs. It was followed by a series of lighter, scuffing noises, like something being dragged or someone moving cautiously. The spectral figure had been terrifying, but it was passive. This new sound, this was active. This implied something physical, something with intent, and it was coming from upstairs where the whispers had originated. My fear sharpened into something else, a desperate, urgent panic. I wasn't alone in this house, not just with a lingering spirit, but with something else. Something that moved, that made noise, that was upstairs. I looked back at the grand staircase, now even more menacing in the gloom. The thumping and scuffing continued, growing slightly louder, more distinct. It sounded like it was moving along the upstairs hallway, directly above the living room. Every nerve in my body screamed at me to flee, to run without looking back. But a strange, almost insane impulse, born of the lingering shock and the sheer impossibility of it all, made me hesitate. What if it was someone, a squatter, disturbed by my presence? Someone who had left the handkerchief and locket, someone who was now making their presence known. The spectral figure had been otherworldly, but the sounds upstairs were solid, human. And if it was human, I needed to know. I needed to understand who else was in this house of impossible things. Slowly, against every fiber of my being, I turned towards the staircase. The banister, covered in generations of dust, seemed to beckon me into the deeper shadows. The air grew heavy once more, thick with anticipation and a renewed, profound sense of cold. The house had stopped being merely a haunted legend for a magazine. It had become a living, breathing entity, and I inexplicably was drawn further into its dark embrace. The whisper, the locket, the figure, and now the sounds upstairs, they formed an undeniable, inescapable chain, pulling me deeper into the mystery. I had to go up. I had to. My hands were clammy, my flashlight beam shaking almost uncontrollably. Each step on the creaking wooden stairs was a conscious act of defiance against my own terror. The dust, thick and undisturbed, rose in shimmering clouds with every footfall. The banister felt cold and slick beneath my trembling fingers. The climb seemed endless, the darkness above absolute swallowing my beam. As I ascended, the scuffing sounds upstairs seemed to pause, as if whatever was up there was listening just as I was. A sudden, complete silence descended, even heavier than before. It was the silence before a storm, before a confrontation. My heart pounded so hard I could hear it in my ears, drowning out the frantic whisper of my own thoughts. I reached the landing, my breath ragged. The upstairs hallway stretched out before me, a long, dark corridor lined with closed doors, each one a potential gateway to whatever lay beyond. The air up here was even colder, prickling my skin. The distinct smell of old decay was present, but beneath it I could now detect something else, something fainter, almost metallic, the same scent I had noticed outside, but stronger now. I swept my flashlight beam down the hallway. To my left, a series of doors. To my right, more doors and a large window boarded up like the ones downstairs, but allowing a thin sliver of pale, late afternoon light to pierce the gloom. The hallway floor was bare, the wood dark and ancient, covered in a thick layer of dust that showed no discernible footprints, human or otherwise. Wait, no footprints, that was impossible. If someone or something was moving up here, there should be some disturbance in the dust. My flashlight beam frantically scanned the floor, confirming the undisturbed layer. The absence of footprints was another anomaly, another impossible detail that defied logical explanation. The silence was absolute once more. Whatever had been making noise had stopped, or was it waiting? I chose a door at random, the first one on my left. It was heavy, dark wood scarred by time, but unlike many of the doors downstairs, it was still firmly in its frame, though ajar by a few inches. I pushed it open slowly, bracing myself for whatever horror might lie within. The room revealed was a bedroom, once grand, now desolate. A four-poster bed, its canopy long since rotted away, stood in the center, its mattress a crumpled, moldy mess. A dressing table with a cracked mirror was against one wall, its surface covered in thick dust and what looked like a few broken shards of glass. A faded, floral wallpaper clung to the walls in peeling strips, revealing the plaster beneath. My flashlight beam danced around the room, picking out details, and then I saw it. On the dressing table, nestled amidst the dust and glass, was a small porcelain doll. It was old, its painted face chipped, one of its glass eyes missing, the other staring blankly ahead. Its tiny dress was tattered and stained, but like the locket and the handkerchief, it felt out of place. It wasn't meticulously clean, not like the other two items, but it was positioned deliberately, sitting upright facing the door. And around its neck, a faint, almost invisible ribbon, a dark blue, the exact shade of the B on the handkerchief. A sudden, sharp gasp escaped my lips. The doll, in its quiet, broken state, felt like a direct link, a message. It sent a cold shiver down my spine, far more potent than any cold spot. This wasn't just an abandoned toy. It felt imbued with a lingering presence, a quiet, watchful energy. I stepped further into the room, my boots crunching softly on unseen debris. The doll's single eye seemed to follow me. I reached out, my fingers hovering above it, but hesitated. There was something profoundly unsettling about touching it, as if doing so would break a delicate, ancient spell. Then a sound came from deeper within the house. Not from the hallway, not from downstairs. It was a soft, almost imperceptible tinkle like tiny bells or delicate chimes. It was incredibly faint, ethereal, and utterly beautiful, yet filled with a profound sadness. It seemed to come from the very core of the house, from a room just down the hall. My fear, still potent, was now interwoven with an unshakable sense of wonder and a morbid fascination. The doll, the ribbon, the musical tinkle, these weren't malevolent. They felt like echoes of something lost, something calling out. I couldn't stop myself. Drawn by the faint, melancholic melody, I backed out of the bedroom, my eyes still fixed on the doll, and moved slowly down the hallway towards the source of the sound. Each step was a gamble, each breath a prayer. The tinkle grew slightly louder as I approached the last door on the left at the very end of the hallway. This door, unlike the others, was slightly ajar, a sliver of darkness visible within. The sounds, like tiny crystalline bells, drifted out from the gap, a haunting lullaby in the silent house. I pushed the door open slowly, the old wood groaning in protest. The room inside was smaller than the others, and unlike the other rooms, it wasn't completely shrouded in darkness. A faint, almost imperceptible light seemed to emanate from within, a soft, ethereal glow that cast the room in shades of ghostly gray. It wasn't daylight, and it wasn't my flashlight. It was coming from something in the room itself. My flashlight beam cut through the gloom, revealing what looked like a child's nursery. A small, intricately carved wooden cradle stood in the center of the room, draped with what might once have been fine lace, now yellowed and torn. A child's rocking horse lay overturned in a corner, its painted eyes chipped and faded. And the light, the faint, shimmering light, was coming from a music box on a small, dusty bedside table. It was an old, ornate music box made of dark, polished wood inlaid with mother of pearl. Its lid was open, and a tiny, delicate ballerina figurine pirouetted slowly, almost imperceptibly, on its mirrored surface. And as it turned, it emitted that soft, bell-like tinkle, a melancholic melody that filled the air, beautiful and heartbreaking. The music box was playing. It was playing in a house abandoned for a century, and like the locket and the handkerchief, it was utterly pristine. Not a speck of dust marred its polished surface, not a scratch on its delicate mother-of-pearl inlay. It gleamed faintly in the ghostly light, an impossible oasis of perfection in a desert of decay. I stared, mesmerized, at the tiny ballerina, pirouetting to her silent, ethereal tune. The cold in the room was intense, but it wasn't the menacing cold I had felt downstairs. This was a different kind of cold, a fragile, aching sorrow. And then I saw it, curled up in the cradle, half hidden by the tattered lace, was a small white bundle. It was a doll, a much larger doll than the one in the other bedroom, its fabric soft and worn, but again completely clean. It looked like a baby doll swaddled tightly. And nestled in its arms, clearly visible in the faint light, was another pristine object. A small, beautifully embroidered baby blanket, the same delicate linen as the handkerchief, with the same deep blue bee in the corner. The music box continued its gentle, haunting melody. The room was suffused with an overwhelming sense of grief, a silent lament. It felt as if I had stumbled into a moment frozen in time, a fragile, heartbreaking tableau. The Blackwood family hadn't just vanished. Something terrible had happened here. And the house that never slept, was still holding onto its memories, still playing its lullaby, waiting for someone to listen. I stood there transfixed, unable to move, unable to speak. The skepticism that had once been my shield had completely crumbled. This was real. Every impossible detail, every chilling sensation, every ethereal sound coalesced into an undeniable truth. This house was alive with something beyond explanation, and I was deep within its heart. The tinkle of the music box filled the air, a silent plea from generations past. I stood there transfixed, unable to move, unable to speak. The skepticism that had once been my shield had completely crumbled. This was real. Every impossible detail, every chilling sensation, every ethereal sound coalesced into an undeniable truth. This house was alive with something beyond explanation, and I was deep within its heart. The tinkle of the music box filled the air, a silent plea from generations past. My flashlight beam, still clutched in a trembling hand, flickered faintly, as if struggling to maintain its grip on reality, much like my own mind. The air in the nursery grew colder, the frigid chill wrapping around me like a shroud, yet it wasn't menacing. It was heavy with sorrow, a palpable grief that settled deep in my bones, chilling me to the marrow. The small, ethereal glow emanating from the music box pulsated softly, casting dancing, wavering shadows across the walls, making the room seem to breathe. I took a hesitant step closer to the cradle, my boots sinking into the thick dust that coated the floor. Each step was a profound act, a crossing of a threshold into a realm I had always dismissed. The tiny ballerina on the music box continued her endless, silent pirouette, her crystal-clear tune weaving a spell around me. I leaned over the cradle, drawn by an irresistible force, my eyes fixed on the swaddled doll and the embroidered blanket. The doll was old, its fabric soft and worn from what must have been years of tender play, yet it was startlingly clean. Its face, a simple stitch design, held a timeless, innocent expression. It wasn't creepy or broken like the porcelain doll in the other room, it was simply a beloved toy preserved. And nestled in its arms, the baby blanket, woven from the same impossibly fine linen as the handkerchief, with the same deep blue bee embroidered with exquisite care. It felt soft beneath my fingertips, not brittle or faded, but vibrant, as if it had been laundered yesterday. The faint scent of dried lavender seemed to emanate from it, mingling with the heavy perfume of ancient dust and decay. A knot formed in my throat, a sudden, overwhelming surge of empathy for the unknown child, the unknown mother who had once loved these objects so dearly. This wasn't just a house, it was a tomb of memories, a museum of profound loss. The Blackwoods hadn't just vanished. Something had ended here, abruptly, tragically, leaving these echoes behind. As I gently touched the blanket, the music box's tinkle seemed to grow slightly louder, a brief, almost imperceptible crescendo as if in acknowledgement. And then a sound I hadn't heard before, yet it felt familiar, impossibly so. A faint, almost transparent humming began to emanate from the room itself, a soft, wordless melody that seemed to harmonize with the music box. It was fragile, high-pitched, like a mother's lullaby sung through the veil of decades. My breath hitched again. This was beyond a spectral figure or a cold spot. This was intimacy, a profound, personal presence. The humming wasn't threatening, it was heartbreakingly sad, deeply melancholic. It felt like the very air was weeping. I looked around the small nursery, my flashlight beam scanning the peeling wallpaper, the overturned rocking horse, searching for a source for anything, but there was nothing. The humming seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, enveloping me. It felt like an invitation, a gentle plea to witness. My gaze returned to the cradle, to the doll, to the music box. And then my eyes landed on a small, leather-bound book tucked beneath the music box on the bedside table. It was almost completely obscured by shadows, but the faint glow from the music box caught its gilded edges. Like everything else on this table, it appeared untouched by time, pristine. With slow, deliberate movements, I reached for it, my fingers trembling slightly. The leather was supple, remarkably smooth, not stiff or cracked. I pulled it free and the music box continued its tune undisturbed. It was a diary. Its cover was blank, save for a faint, almost invisible, indentation of a bee in the center, much like the embroidery. My heart hammered against my ribs, a different kind of urgency now. This wasn't just another anomaly, this was potentially the key, the voice from the past. I opened it carefully, the pages rustling softly, not brittle as old paper should be, but pliable, almost new. The handwriting, elegant and flowing, was faded but perfectly legible. The first entry was dated July 12, 1920. My dearest journal, another glorious summer day in our beautiful home. Thomas has been so busy with his lumber interests, but he always makes time for little Alina. She's growing so fast, already trying to walk, and her laughter fills these halls like sunshine. Our little angel, a true blessing. I often catch myself just watching her sleep in her nursery, the music box playing her favorite tune. I pray God protects her always. A profound wave of sadness washed over me. Alina, this was her nursery, her doll, her blanket, her music box. Her mother's words, a century old, were suddenly vibrant, alive, echoing in the cold, silent room. The humming seemed to intensify slightly, a soft maternal presence filling the space. It was as if the very spirit of the mother, the author of these words, was now present, guiding my hand, wanting me to read. I continued to read, mesmerized, lost in the delicate script, the poignant details of a life long past. August 5, 1920, Alina's first steps, such joy. Thomas was beaming. He brought her the most exquisite new porcelain doll from town, a true treasure. She carried it everywhere, refusing to let it go. Her spirit is so bright, so full of life. September 20th, 1920. Thomas had to leave for a week, a big shipment. The house feels so quiet without his booming laugh. Alina misses him, but she is so brave. We spent the afternoon in the gardens, picking late-season roses. The woods around us feel so peaceful, but sometimes, late at night, I hear things, just the wind, I suppose. November 1st, 1920. The cold has truly settled in. We lit the first fire in the living room hearth. Alina loves to watch the flames dance. I worry about Thomas. He seems so preoccupied lately, withdrawn. The business, he says, but his eyes, they hold a weariness I haven't seen before. And the whispers, I hear them more often now, always from upstairs, faint, like someone calling my name. My eyes darted up from the diary. Whispers, she heard them too, the same whispers I had heard. The hairs on my arms stood on end, not from fear this time, but from a profound connection, a shared experience across a century. The humming in the room seemed to deepen, to take on a more urgent, concerned tone. I turned another page, my heart thumping with a mix of dread and anticipation. December 15th, 1920. Alina has a cough, just a sniffle, Thomas says, but she seems so frail. I spend my days by her side in the nursery. The music box offers some comfort. Thomas has barely been home. He says he's trying to solve some problems with the lumber contracts, something about encroaching on old territories. He always comes back smelling of iron and damp earth, not the scent of pine that used to cling to him. I feel a growing unease in this house. The shadows seem longer, the nights darker, and the whispers, they've changed. They sound angry. January 3rd, 1921. Alina's fever is worse. She's so weak. The doctor came from town, but he seemed helpless, confused. He called it a wasting sickness. My heart breaks to see her suffer. Thomas is beside himself with worry. He's been distant, but now his grief matches mine. He keeps muttering about paying the price. What price, Thomas? What have you done? The words on the page blurred slightly as tears welled in my eyes. The image of little Alina wasting away in this very room was almost unbearable. The humming in the room was now a faint, almost silent sob, a mournful lament that twisted my gut. The temperature in the nursery plummeted further, the air so cold it burned in my lungs. I turned another page, desperate for answers, dreading what I would find. The entries became sparser, more frantic. January 18th, 1921. She's gone, my little angel, my Alina, taken from us. The light has left this house. My heart is shattered. Thomas, he's changed. He stares into the fire, saying nothing. His eyes are hollow. I feel him slipping away, and I am alone. The cold in this house is unbearable. Even the fires can't dispel it. And the whispers, they surround me now, taunting, accusing. They speak of a pact, a dark bargain. February 1st, 1921. I cannot bear it. The house is a mausoleum. Her little doll, her blanket, I keep them clean just as she would have wanted. I sit here in her nursery, playing her music box, trying to feel her presence. But all I feel is the cold and their presence. They are here always. They move in the shadows. Thomas says he made a deal for his success, for this land, for everything. But the forest took its due. It took our daughter. It demands more. February 14th, 1921. They are stronger now. The shadows move with purpose. The cold is constant. Thomas is losing his mind. He talks to empty rooms. He paces the halls at night. He says they want me, they want to keep me here to join Alina. He says he broke a sacred promise. I hear their footsteps upstairs, even when I am the only one awake. I hear them dragging things. What have you unleashed, Thomas? The last entry was dated February 18th, 1921, just 4 days after the previous one. The handwriting was shaky, almost illegible, stained by what looked like dried tears. They are here in the walls, in the darkness. They are coming for me. Thomas has locked himself in his study. He says he cannot stop them. Alina's music box, it keeps playing, a mournful song for a lost life. They don't want me to leave. I hear their scratching at the door. I see their eyes in the dark. The cold, it is consuming me. I will not let them take my memory of Alina. I will not let them take my spirit. They want to keep us here forever. Help us. Help us leave this house that never sleeps. The entry abruptly ended there, a final, desperate plea. The humming in the room faded into a shuddering silence, replaced by the relentless, melancholic tinkle of the music box. The faint glow from the music box dimmed, then pulsed once more with a startling intensity, casting sharper, more distinct shadows. I closed the diary, my hands shaking violently. The story was laid bare, a deal, a pact, a sacrifice. The Blackwood family hadn't vanished. They had been trapped, claimed by whatever dark forces Thomas had unleashed for his lumber interests. The house was a prison, the spirits of the mother and daughter, perhaps even Thomas himself, bound here, unable to rest. The clean objects, the music box, the whispers, the cold spots, the spectral figure, they were all echoes of this tragic, cursed history. My own breathing was loud and ragged in the suffocating silence. The nursery, once a place of sweet, innocent grief, now felt charged with something far more sinister, the presence of those they who had taken Alina, who had claimed the mother. The fear I had felt earlier returned, sharp and cold, mixed with a chilling new understanding. I wasn't just observing a haunting, I was now a witness, an intruder, privy to their suffering, and perhaps a new target. A sudden, sharp crack echoed from downstairs, followed by a low, guttural growl that seemed to vibrate through the very foundations of the house. It was a sound of primal anger, a terrifying departure from the mournful hum and gentle whispers. It wasn't the wind, it wasn't the house settling. It was something else, something malevolent and powerful, roused by my intrusion, by my reading of the diary. My eyes shot to the door of the nursery, which was still ajar. The shadows in the hallway seemed to deepen, to writhe. The air grew heavy again, thick with a tangible sense of malice. This wasn't the mother's sorrow. This was the they she had written about. I clutched the diary to my chest, my mind racing. I had found the answers, or at least a terrible part of them. But now my presence was known, and whatever lurked here, whatever had claimed the Blackwoods, was no longer content to simply mourn. It was angry. The music box, still playing its melancholic tune, seemed to intensify its glow again, pulsing brightly, then fading, then brightening, as if in warning or perhaps in a desperate attempt to protect me. I forced myself to move, to tear my eyes from the cradle. I had to get out. My journalistic curiosity had led me too far, unearthed too much. I was no longer an observer, I was entangled in their century-old tragedy. I backed slowly towards the door, my flashlight beam sweeping frantically around the room one last time, trying to commit every detail to memory. The doll, the blanket, the music box, tangible evidence of an unimaginable horror. But as my beam landed on the rocking horse in the corner, I saw something new. A faint, almost invisible, shimmering outline next to it, much like the spectral figure I had seen downstairs, but smaller, more childlike. It was transparent, barely there, but I could make out the faint, soft outline of a small girl, standing by the rocking horse, her head slightly tilted as if listening to the music box. Her presence was not menacing. It was still almost ethereal, radiating that same profound sadness, but now a subtle, curious energy. Her eyes, though indistinct, seemed to be fixed on me, not with accusation, but with a silent, pleading question. Was this Alina, the little angel bound to her nursery, her music box, her doll? My heart ached. The growl from downstairs echoed again, closer this time, accompanied by the distinct sound of heavy, dragging footsteps, slow and deliberate, moving across the ground floor. Whatever it was searching for me. The childlike figure near the rocking horse turned its head slowly, her gaze drifting from me to the door, then back to me, as if in a silent conversation, a warning. The music box pulsed one last time, a brilliant flash of ethereal light that briefly illuminated the entire nursery, making the faint outline of the child shimmer and almost solidify for a fraction of a second, before fading back to its near invisibility. The message was clear: I had to go now. I turned sharply, almost stumbling, and fled the nursery. I didn't bother to close the door. The sound of the music box, its faint tinkle, seemed to follow me into the darkened hallway. The growling and dragging sounds downstairs were louder now, closer, directly beneath me. I moved down the hallway, my flashlight beam cutting through the oppressive gloom. The sense of malice was palpable, a suffocating presence that seemed to press in on me from the shadows. I gripped the diary tightly, my lifeline to the truth, my proof of what had happened here. I reached the grand staircase, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. The descent felt even more perilous than the ascent. The darkness below seemed to shimmer with malevolent intent. I could hear heavy breathing now, a low, rasping sound coming from the living room just off the main hall where the spectral figure had appeared. Every instinct screamed at me to run, to throw myself down the stairs and burst out of the broken window. But something, a horrifying fascination, a desperate need for a clear path, made me pause at the top of the stairs, my flashlight beam sweeping the downstairs hallway. The grandfather clock, which had been silent before, now ticked with a slow, heavy rhythm, its pendulum swinging with a deliberate, agonizing slowness. Tick, tock. Each sound seemed to reverberate through the house, marking the passage of time, counting down to something. And then I saw it. At the base of the stairs, near the grandfather clock, a new figure stood. This one was not ethereal, not shimmering. It was a solid, undeniable shadow, tall and gaunt, completely black, absorbing all light. It stood motionless, like a sentinel, blocking the direct path to the kitchen and the window. Its presence radiated an intense, crushing cold, far more potent and menacing than anything I had felt before. This was not grief. This was pure, unadulterated menace. My breath caught in my throat. This was Thomas, or what was left of him. The one who had made the pact, who had unleashed this darkness. His eyes, if they were eyes, were pits of deeper shadow, utterly devoid of light or warmth, fixed on me with an ancient, chilling fury. The dragging sound continued, coming from the living room, growing louder, more rhythmic. It sounded like something heavy being pulled across the floor, perhaps something with chains or perhaps a body. I was trapped. Downstairs, Thomas stood, a shadowy guardian of the house's dark heart. Upstairs, the nursery held Alina's mournful spirit, and behind me, the deeper reaches of the house, unknown horrors. My mind raced, desperately searching for an alternative. There had to be another way out, another window, another door. I remembered the upstairs hallway, the other doors. What if there was another set of stairs, a back way, a servant's entrance? It was a slim hope, but it was all I had. I took a silent, terrified step back, away from the precipice of the main staircase. The shadowy figure at the bottom of the stairs didn't move, but I felt its unseen gaze follow me, a palpable weight on my back. The grandfather clock continued its slow, deliberate tick-tock. I turned and moved cautiously down the upstairs hallway, away from the nursery, towards the other rooms I hadn't explored. The diary was clutched so tightly in my hand it was almost painful. The faint tinkle of Alina's music box seemed to guide me, a mournful whisper of encouragement from behind. I passed the bedroom with the porcelain doll, its single eye still staring blankly towards the hallway. I didn't stop. I needed to find a way out, any way out. The next door was firmly closed. I tried the handle, careful not to make too much noise. It turned with a faint click and I pushed the door open, my flashlight beam piercing the darkness within. It was another bedroom, clearly a master bedroom this time, larger and more opulent, but just as decayed. A vast four-poster bed, its canopy long gone, dominated the center of the room. A large wardrobe, its doors hanging ajar, stood against one wall. My flashlight beam swept across the room, more dust, more peeling wallpaper. And then I saw it, a glint of metal near the wardrobe. I moved closer, my boots crunching on the debris. It was a small, intricately carved wooden chest, overturned, its contents spilled across the floor. Papers, old clothes, a few tarnished pieces of jewelry, and beneath it, a hidden door. It wasn't a grand, obvious door. It was camouflaged, built into the wall behind the wardrobe, almost perfectly blending with the dark wood paneling. It was narrower than the other doors, clearly a service entrance or a back staircase. A desperate surge of hope, cold and fragile, sparked within me. I pushed the wardrobe aside with a grunt. It groaned and scraped against the floor, sending a shower of dust into the air, but it moved, revealing the hidden door more fully. It was unlatched, slightly ajar, as if it had been opened recently. My heart pounded with renewed urgency. This could be it, my escape, but also it could be another trap. The diary had spoken of them moving in the walls, of scratching at doors. I pushed the hidden door open further, revealing a narrow, winding staircase descending into absolute darkness. The air coming from it was even colder, damper, carrying the same metallic scent I had noticed outside. It wasn't an escape route. It felt more like a descent into the very bowels of the house, into its deepest secrets. But the growling downstairs, the rhythmic dragging, the looming shadow of Thomas at the foot of the main stairs, they left me no choice. I couldn't go back. This hidden staircase was my only option. Taking a deep, shaky breath, I gripped my flashlight tighter, the diary still pressed against my chest, and stepped onto the first creaking tread of the hidden staircase. The wood felt soft, almost rotten beneath my weight. Each step down was a gamble, a plunge into the unknown. The stairs wound downwards in a tight spiral, the walls closing in around me, the darkness absolute, consuming my flashlight beam. The air grew heavier, colder, the metallic scent more pronounced, almost coppery, like old blood. I could hear the faint drip, drip, drip of water somewhere below, echoing in the suffocating silence. I descended deeper and deeper, the stairs seeming to go on forever. The growling and dragging sounds from upstairs grew fainter, finally fading into the heavy stillness. But they were replaced by something else, something far more insidious. A faint, low moan, barely audible, seemed to drift up from the depths below, a sound of profound suffering coming from somewhere deep within the house's forgotten foundations. It was not human. It was something else, something ancient and primal, tied to the very earth beneath the house. My terror intensified, sharp and debilitating. This wasn't just a house. It was a living, breathing entity, its heart beating in the darkness below, full of pain and malevolence. I kept going, one foot in front of the other, propelled by a desperate, instinctual need to keep moving, to find an end to this nightmare. The stairs finally ended, not in another room, but in a small, cramped landing facing a low, arched doorway. Beyond it, absolute blackness, deeper than any shadow I had yet encountered. The moaning sound was louder here, a constant, low thrum of agony that vibrated through the stone floor. I pushed through the arched doorway, my flashlight beam cutting into the suffocating gloom. The room beyond was a cellar, vast and cavernous, far larger than I had anticipated. It was unlike any cellar I had ever seen. The walls were not brick or stone, but seemed to be made of rough-hewn timber, ancient and rotting, reinforced with thick iron bands. The air was frigid, impossibly cold, and the metallic smell was overpowering now, almost choking. My flashlight beam danced across the space, revealing a scene of unimaginable horror. The floor was damp earth, and in the center, directly beneath what must have been the center of the house above, was a large, shallow pit. It was not deep, perhaps a few feet, but it was filled with something dark and viscous, reflecting the beam with a sickening, oily sheen. And around the edges of the pit, driven into the earth, were dozens of crude, twisted iron stakes, some rusty, some glinting faintly in the light. Dark, dried stains marked the earth around them. And then I saw the source of the moaning. Chained to one of the iron stakes, half submerged in the dark liquid of the pit, was a figure. It was skeletal, emaciated, its skin stretched taut over bone, covered in grime and what looked like ancient dried blood. Its clothes were rags, barely clinging to its frame. Its head was bowed, its long matted hair obscuring its face, but I could make out the faint, barely perceptible rise and fall of its chest. It was alive. Or something like it. My stomach lurched, bile rose in my throat. This was not a ghost. This was something physical, something real, something that had been kept down here, chained, suffering for decades. This was the they Thomas had spoken of, or perhaps the ultimate sacrifice, the true cost of his pact. The figure stirred, a weak, rasping groan escaping its lips. Slowly, agonizingly, it lifted its head. Its eyes, sunken deep into its skull, were milky white, clouded, but they fixed on me with an ancient, terrifying intelligence. And in that moment, I saw not just suffering, but a profound, unending hatred. It opened its mouth, and a sound came out, not a moan, but a guttural, wet hiss, a language of pure malice that scraped against my sanity. It was trying to speak, trying to warn me, or perhaps trying to curse me. The cold in the cellar intensified to an unbearable degree, freezing the air in my lungs. My flashlight beam, which had been steady for a moment, began to flicker violently, then died, plunging me into absolute suffocating darkness. The moaning, the hiss, the heavy metallic smell, they enveloped me. I was utterly blind, utterly lost in the heart of the Blackwood house's true horror. The diary, Alina's story, the mother's plea, they all led to this. To this chained, tortured thing, this creature of the darkness. A sudden, sharp movement in the darkness, the sound of chains rattling, the hiss grew louder, closer. I felt an icy breath against my cheek, and then a bony, ice-cold hand, rough and sharp, clamped down on my wrist. Panic, pure and instinctual, seized me. I screamed, a raw, terrified sound that was instantly swallowed by the overwhelming darkness and the creature's renewed, guttural hiss. I struggled, pulling my arm back with all my might, trying to break free from its impossibly strong grip. The touch burned, a searing, freezing pain that shot up my arm. I could feel the sharp press of its long, ragged nails against my skin. It was trying to pull me, to drag me towards the pit, towards the dark liquid. My foot slipped on the damp earth. I fell backwards, hitting the cold, hard ground with a sickening thud, but the hand still clung to my wrist, pulling me relentlessly forward. The creature was surprisingly strong, its grip like iron despite its emaciated frame. My free hand scrabbled wildly in the darkness, searching for anything, a weapon, a foothold, anything to stop the inevitable. My fingers brushed against something hard and metallic, the edge of an iron stake. Desperate, I grabbed it, my fingers closing around its rough, rusty surface. I pulled with all my might, trying to dislodge it, to use it to pry myself free, but it was firmly embedded. The creature's hiss grew into a low, rumbling growl, a sound of anticipation and malice. I felt myself being dragged closer to the edge of the pit, the dark, oily liquid now close enough for me to smell its fetid, metallic stench. I could hear the sloshing sound as the creature, or part of it, moved in the pit. With a final, desperate surge of adrenaline, I kicked out blindly, my boot connecting with something yielding, something that felt like bone and sinew. A sharp, piercing shriek of rage erupted from the creature, and its grip on my wrist momentarily loosened. It was enough. I tore my arm free, scrambling backwards on my hands and knees, away from the pit, away from the terrifying presence, my heart pounding so hard I thought it would burst through my chest. The pain in my wrist was excruciating, a cold, burning ache. I continued to crawl blindly, frantically in the absolute darkness, trying to find the arched doorway, the hidden staircase, any way out. The creature's angry hisses and the rattling of its chains filled the air, pursuing me even though I couldn't see it. My hands scraped against rough timber, the wall. I pushed myself up, my back pressed against the cold, damp wood, and began to feel my way along, searching for the opening. The cellar seemed to stretch endlessly around me, a labyrinth of shadows and unseen horrors. The sounds of the chains grew louder, closer. The creature was free, or at least free enough to move from its stake. It was coming for me. My fingers finally found the rough edge of the arched doorway. A desperate sob of relief escaped my lips. I pushed through it, not caring about silence, not caring about caution, and began to clamber back up the winding, dark staircase, my hands and feet slipping on the rotten wood. The creature's enraged growls echoed from the cellar below, a sound of frustrated, ancient hatred. I could hear it thrashing against the timber walls, its chains clanking furiously. It wanted me. It wanted to pull me back into its pit of suffering. I scrambled up the stairs, my lungs burning, my legs aching, the pain in my wrist a dull throb. Each creaking step was a race against the darkness, against the malevolent force that pursued me. I didn't know if it could follow, if it could climb, but I wasn't waiting to find out. I finally reached the top, bursting through the hidden door into the master bedroom, gasping for air. The faint, bruised light of late afternoon filtered through the boarded-up windows, seemed like a beacon of salvation after the absolute darkness of the cellar. I pushed the wardrobe back into place with a frantic shove, trying to conceal the hidden door to block whatever horrors lurked below. I leaned against the wall, shaking uncontrollably, gasping for breath, trying to regain my composure. The diary was still clutched in my hand. My wrist throbbed. I looked down. Even in the dim light, I could see the faint, stark white marks on my skin, 5 distinct, perfectly clear finger marks, raised and angry where the creature had gripped me. They were impossibly white, like frostbite, surrounded by a faint, reddish irritation. The cold from its touch still lingered, an icy burning sensation. This was not a dream. This was terrifyingly, brutally real. The growling and the rattling of chains from the cellar had subsided, replaced by a low, mournful wail that seemed to emanate from the very foundations of the house, a sound of profound despair and enduring torment. I had to get out now. I couldn't stay in this house a moment longer. The spectral figures, the whispers, the mournful lullabies, they were merely the overture. The true horror was in the cellar, chained, suffering, waiting. I stumbled out of the master bedroom, back into the upstairs hallway. The tinkle of Alina's music box, still playing in the nursery, seemed softer now, a lament, a warning. The distant, heavy breathing from the living room downstairs was still there, a constant reminder of Thomas's lingering presence, a barrier between me and the main exit. I couldn't go back down the main stairs, not with Thomas's shadow waiting. I had to find another way. I looked around the upstairs hallway frantically, my flashlight still dead, useless in my hand. The light from the boarded-up window at the end of the hall was fading fast, the bruised gray sky outside turning to an ominous violet. Dusk was falling, and with it, the shadows in the house seemed to deepen, to take on new menacing forms. I scanned the walls, searching for any other sign of an exit, another door, a window I could break, anything. And then I saw it. At the very end of the hallway, past the last bedroom, there was a small, narrow door, almost hidden in the gloom. It looked like a closet door or perhaps a linen cupboard, but it was slightly ajar, a sliver of darkness visible within. Driven by desperation, I moved towards it, my boots crunching loudly on the dusty floor. As I approached, a faint, almost imperceptible current of fresh air drifted from the crack, carrying the sharp, crisp scent of autumn leaves. Hope surged through me, raw and desperate, a back exit, a way out. I reached the door and pushed it open, my heart hammering. It revealed a cramped, dusty servant staircase leading downwards, steeper and narrower than the grand main staircase. It was dark, but I could faintly discern the bottom and a sliver of light filtering from a small, grimy window at the landing below. My escape. I didn't hesitate. I plunged down the narrow stairs, taking them two at a time, my hands scraping against the rough, splintered banister. The sounds of the house, the mournful wail from the cellar, the rhythmic breathing from the living room, the faint, persistent tinkle of Alina's music box, all seemed to grow louder, as if the house itself was protesting my departure, trying to hold me back. I reached the bottom landing, my legs trembling, and pushed open the door. It led into a small, disused pantry, much like the one I had first entered, but this one was closer to the back of the house, away from the main kitchen. Through a small, grimy window in the pantry, I could see the last vestiges of daylight fading rapidly. The yard, overgrown and wild, was visible, and beyond it, the dense, watchful trees of the Allegheny National Forest. My truck Betsy was still parked. A distant, reassuring silhouette against the rapidly dimming twilight. Freedom felt within reach, a desperate, shimmering mirage. I fumbled with the pantry door, its ancient wood swollen, reluctant to yield. With a frantic shove, it groaned open, revealing a narrow, dilapidated porch, its steps long rotted away, swallowed by thick undergrowth. I didn't pause. I burst out into the cool, damp air of the dying day, scrambling over the broken steps, my feet sinking into the overgrown weeds and mud. The house loomed behind me, a dark, malevolent shadow, its windows like empty eyes staring into the deepening gloom. The mournful wail from the cellar, though fainter now, still seemed to pursue me, a chilling echo of torment. And I could almost feel the rhythmic, heavy breathing of Thomas, a predatory presence even from this distance. I ran blindly, recklessly through the waist-high weeds and thorny bushes that clawed at my clothes and scratched my skin. My boots crunched on fallen branches and unseen debris. The trees of the surrounding forest, dark and ancient, seemed to press in on me, their branches like skeletal fingers reaching from the encroaching shadows. The air grew colder, thick with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves. My injured wrist throbbed with a persistent, icy burn. The faint white finger marks on my skin seemed to glow in the fading light, a physical reminder of the creature's impossible touch, a chilling brand of what I had just escaped. The diary was still clutched tightly in my other hand, its weight a strange comfort, a tangible anchor to the unbelievable truth. I finally stumbled clear of the immediate undergrowth surrounding the house, finding the narrow, barely discernible dirt track that led back to the main path. The truck Betsy was just ahead, a solid, ordinary object in a world that had become anything but. Its metallic glint, even in the fading light, was the most beautiful thing I had ever seen. I sprinted towards it, my lungs burning, a desperate, animalistic need for safety driving every muscle. I wrenched open the driver's side door, threw myself inside, and slammed the door shut, locking it with a frantic click. My hands trembled violently as I jammed the key into the ignition, my breath coming in ragged gasps. The engine sputtered once, then caught, roaring to life, a blessed sound of power and escape. I shoved the gear stick into reverse, my eyes darting to the rearview mirror, then to the side mirror. The house was still there, a monstrous silhouette against the bruised purple sky, but it seemed to recede, to shrink with every agonizing second. I backed up quickly, turning the truck around in a tight arc, and sped down the dirt track away from the house, away from the forest, away from the nightmare. The tires spun, spraying gravel as I accelerated, not caring about the bumps or the rough terrain. All that mattered was distance escape, putting as much space as possible between me and the house that never slept. As I drove, the sun finally dipped below the horizon, plunging the world into twilight. The full moon, a luminous silver disk, began to ascend, casting long, eerie shadows across the landscape. In my rearview mirror, the house faded, then disappeared behind the dense tree line. But its image, its presence, was branded onto my mind, an indelible stain. My heart gradually slowed its frantic pace, but the tremor in my hands remained. My body ached, my muscles screamed in protest, but it was the cold, bone-deep terror that truly settled into my core, a pervasive chill that no amount of heat could dispel. I was safe for now, but the world, my understanding of it, had irrevocably shifted. I drove for what felt like hours, the landscape blurring past in the moonlight. I wasn't sure where I was going, just away. The radio was off, the silence inside the truck a stark contrast to the cacophony of fear and impossible sounds that had just enveloped me. I needed to think, to process, to make sense of the madness. Finally, I pulled over on a deserted stretch of road, miles from anywhere, and turned off the engine. The silence that descended was absolute, save for the hum of the cooling engine and the frantic beating of my own heart. I leaned my head against the steering wheel, closing my eyes, taking deep, shuddering breaths. The journal was still clutched in my hand. I opened it again carefully, letting the moonlight filter through the window, illuminating the faded script. I reread the last entries, the mother's desperate pleas, Thomas's dark pact, Eleanor's tragic fate. It was all there, the explanation for the impossible, the horrifying truth. Thomas Blackwood, consumed by ambition, had made a deal. Not with the devil in some abstract sense, but with something far more ancient, more primal, a force tied to the very land, the dark heart of the Allegheny forest, the they of the diary, and the cost was his family, his soul, his sanity, and ultimately their very freedom. They were bound to the house, their spirits unable to move on, their suffering eternal. And the creature in the cellar, that was the embodiment of the pact's price, the physical manifestation of the curse, chained, tormented, yet still retaining its malevolent intelligence. Or perhaps it was what Thomas had become after years of torment. The thought made me shudder. I looked at my wrist again. The white marks, though still visible, had begun to fade slightly, but the cold sensation remained, an internal reminder of the creature's touch. It was not just a story anymore, it was part of me, a scar on my soul. I reached into my other jacket pocket. The small silver locket and the embroidered handkerchief were still there, cool and pristine, more evidence, tangible proof. My mind, trained for skepticism, now struggled to reconcile these objects with the reality I had always known. The rational world had shattered, replaced by one far more ancient, far more terrifying. I sat there for a long time, watching the moon climb higher, wrestling with my shattered worldview. Sleep was impossible. My brain replayed every chilling moment, the whispers, the cold spots, the spectral figure, the doll, Eleanor's music box, the diary, the horrifying discovery in the cellar, the creature's touch, Thomas's shadow. It was too much, yet it was all real. Eventually, the first faint hint of dawn began to paint the eastern sky, a pale gray light bleeding into the inky blackness. With the coming of day, some of the terror receded, replaced by a cold, determined resolve. I had stumbled into a story that had claimed a family a century ago, a story that was still very much alive. My initial assignment had been to photograph a dilapidated house for a magazine feature. It had turned into something far, far greater. This wasn't just a local legend, it was a living horror, a tragedy begging for resolution. I had the diary, a century-old plea for help. I had the object's personal effects imbued with a lingering presence. I had the proof. My journalistic instincts, though momentarily eclipsed by primal fear, now resurfaced with a fierce, unwavering purpose. I couldn't just walk away, not now. I had witnessed their suffering, I had read their story, and somehow impossibly I felt a connection to them, to the lost Eleanor, to her grieving mother, to the doomed Thomas. They had been waiting for someone to listen, and I had listened. But what could I do? What could a single person, a photographer, do against a century-old curse, against forces tied to the very land, against a chained, monstrous entity? The rational part of me screamed for me to publish my story, expose the truth, and never look back. To hand over the diary, the locket, the handkerchief to the authorities, to paranormal investigators, to anyone who might believe. Yet a deeper, more profound instinct stirred within me. The mother's plea, help us leave this house that never sleeps. It wasn't just a historical document, it felt like a direct appeal resonating across time. And Eleanor's childlike spectral form, her silent, pleading gaze, they weren't just trapped, they were calling out. I felt a moral obligation. I couldn't abandon them, not after all I had seen, all I had learned. But I also knew I couldn't confront the malevolent forces in that house alone, not without help, not without a plan, and certainly not without understanding more about the nature of the pact, the they who had claimed the Blackwoods, and the precise cost. My first thought was to return to town, to report everything to the local police. But even as the thought formed, I dismissed it. What would I tell them? That a house was haunted by spectral figures, that a music box played by itself, that I was attacked by a chained, emaciated creature in the cellar. They'd laugh me out of the station, probably suggest a psychiatric evaluation. They'd certainly never believe the diary or the clean objects or the marks on my wrist. This wasn't a crime they could solve with handcuffs and forensics. No, this required a different approach, a specific kind of help. I needed someone who believed in the impossible, someone who understood the unseen, who could potentially confront or even break a century-old curse. I needed a specialist, a demonologist, a folklorist, a paranormal investigator, someone like the people whose work I used to dismiss as sensationalism. The irony was not lost on me. I, the skeptic, was now seeking out those I had once scorned. But the events of the night had stripped away all pretense of disbelief. I had seen too much, felt too much. I started the truck again, a new destination forming in my mind. Not home, not to my editor, not to the police. I needed to go to the university library to research the local legends, the history of the Allegheny National Forest, stories of ancient packs of vengeful land spirits, of things that lay buried beneath the surface. And then I would find someone who could help me understand and perhaps help me free the Blackwoods. The journey back towards civilization, though long, was filled with a new kind of focus. The initial panic had given way to a burning resolve. I drove, my mind already sifting through possibilities, recalling snippets of articles I'd read, names of researchers who dealt with such phenomena. I remembered a particular academic, Dr. Evelyn Reed, a folklorist specializing in regional curses and forgotten rituals, whose work had often bordered on the fantastical, even for her peers. Her name floated to the surface of my consciousness, a faint hope in the vast sea of the unknown. She was based at a university not too far from my own city. The sun was fully up now, casting a golden glow over the landscape, chasing away the long shadows. The world looked normal, mundane, bustling with morning traffic. It felt utterly disconnected from the cold, ancient malice I had just escaped. But I knew better. I carried the house, its sorrow, its terror, and its plea within me. I pulled into a small roadside diner, a place of bright lights and cheerful chatter, a jarring contrast to the gloom I'd endured. I ordered coffee, strong and black, and tried to eat a plate of greasy eggs, but my stomach was still clenched with residual fear. The food sat untouched, my appetite gone. As I sat there trying to blend in with the morning crowd, I took out my camera. I hadn't taken a single photograph inside the house after the first few shots. The spectral figure, the diary, the cellar, all had been too overwhelming, too terrifying for the click of a shutter. But the shots I had taken, the initial ones of the exterior, the living room, the kitchen, they were still there. I scrolled through them, a cold, hard knot forming in my stomach. The photos of the exterior showed a dilapidated but unremarkable old house. The interior shots, however, they were different. In some of the wide shots of the living room taken before I saw the locket, there were faint, almost imperceptible distortions in the air, swirling patterns of shadow and light that hadn't been visible to the naked eye. And in one, a clear shot of the fireplace mantel just behind a candelabra was a blurry, indistinct shape, a hazy outline that seemed to shimmer with an inner luminescence. It was the spectral figure captured by the lens before it had fully solidified, a silent, chilling testament to its presence. My breath hitched, physical proof, something concrete, even if blurry, that could not be easily dismissed as imagination. It strengthened my resolve. This wasn't just my word, I had photographic evidence, albeit limited. After leaving the diner, I drove directly to the university, making a beeline for the library. It was still early, but the main reading rooms were open. I spent the next several hours buried in archives, searching for anything related to the Blackwood family, the area, old land deeds, local folklore, anything that could shed more light on Thomas's pact and the malevolent entities. I found several intriguing leads. The Allegheny National Forest, it turned out, was steeped in ancient legends, tales of ancient spirits, land guardians, and primal forces tied to the very earth. Some of these spirits were benevolent, but many were described as fiercely protective, even vengeful, especially when their domain was disturbed or exploited. There were stories of prospectors, loggers, and settlers who had disappeared without a trace, or who had returned from the forest utterly mad, speaking of whispers in the trees and things that moved in the shadows. One particular legend resonated deeply with the diary's narrative. The stone wardens of the earth, ancient entities said to protect the oldest parts of the forest, demanding a terrible price for any who dared to defile or exploit their lands without reverence. The price, the legend stated, was often the bloodline itself bound to the defiled land for eternity. It mirrored Thomas's pact, the loss of Alina, and the mother's desperate fear of being bound to the house. I also found a few scattered mentions of the Blackwood family. They were known to be prominent lumber barons in the early 20th century, their fortune built on vast tracts of timberland. But their sudden disappearance in 1921 was a mystery that had never been solved. Local records simply stated abandoned property, family left without a trace, but there were whispers, vague allusions to unnatural occurrences and the forest claiming its due. No one had ever dared to buy the property or settle on it again. It seemed the local population, in their own quiet way, understood the truth, or at least the danger. The pieces were beginning to fall into place, forming a horrifying mosaic of ancient lore and personal tragedy. Thomas hadn't just made a deal with some abstract evil. He had likely desecrated a sacred part of the forest, roused powerful ancient forces, and paid the ultimate price, binding his entire family to the land they had exploited. By late afternoon, my eyes were burning, my head throbbed, and my body was screaming for rest. But I had one more task before I could allow myself to collapse. I found Dr. Evelyn Reed's departmental office listed in the university directory. She was a professor emeritus of folklore and mythology, still active in research despite her advanced age. I took the elevator to the correct floor, my heart pounding with a different kind of apprehension. What would she say? Would she dismiss me as a lunatic, a sensationalist journalist, another one who had fallen for an old tale? Or would she see the desperate truth in my eyes, in the marks on my wrist, in the diary I held so carefully? Her office door was slightly ajar, a sliver of light illuminating a chaotic interior filled with towering bookshelves, ancient artifacts, and stacks of academic papers. I knocked softly. "Come in," a voice called, clear and surprisingly strong. I pushed the door open fully. Dr. Reed sat behind a large, cluttered desk, her silver hair pulled back in a neat bun, her sharp, intelligent eyes peering over a pair of half-moon spectacles. She was an older woman, perhaps in her late 70s, with a kind but stern face etched with decades of thought and study. She looked up at me, a faint frown creasing her brow. "Can I help you, young man?" she asked, her gaze unwavering. "Dr. Reed," I began, my voice slightly hoarse. "My name is your name. I'm a photojournalist. I need your help. I think I've stumbled onto something you might understand." I held up the leather-bound diary, its worn cover reflecting the light. "It's about the Blackwood house and the family." Her eyes, which had been merely curious, suddenly sharpened, narrowing slightly. A flicker of something recognition, perhaps, or a deep-seated apprehension passed through them. She took off her spectacles, placing them carefully on a stack of papers. "The Blackwood house," she repeated slowly, her voice taking on a lower, more thoughtful tone. "That's a name I haven't heard mentioned seriously in decades. A particularly dark corner of regional folklore, if I recall. Sit down, Mr. Your Name, tell me everything." I sat in the visitor's chair, my hands still trembling slightly, and began to speak. I told her the entire story, from the initial magazine assignment to the overwhelming sense of unease, the strange cold spots, the impossible objects, the handkerchief, the locket. I described the whispers, the appearance of the spectral figure downstairs, the terrifying sounds from upstairs. I recounted my ascent, the porcelain doll, Elinor's nursery, the music box playing its melancholic tune, and finding the diary. I read her excerpts, my voice cracking at the mother's desperate words. I described the chilling discovery in the cellar, the chained creature, its touch, the marks on my wrist. I left nothing out, pouring out the entire unbelievable truth, watching her face for any sign of disbelief, of dismissal. But Dr. Reed didn't interrupt. She listened intently, her expression serious, occasionally nodding, sometimes closing her eyes as if visualizing my words. She didn't scoff, she didn't laugh. She simply listened, absorbing every detail with a profound, almost unsettling calm. When I finally finished, the silence in the room was heavy, broken only by the hum of the university building and the distant sounds of student life. I was exhausted, my voice hoarse, my heart still racing from the retelling. She opened her eyes, her gaze piercing, unwavering. She picked up her spectacles again, but didn't put them on. Instead, she turned them over in her hands, her brow furrowed in deep thought. "A truly remarkable account, Mr. Your Name," she said finally, her voice soft but firm. "And you have the diary, may I see it?" I handed it to her, my hand still shaking. She took it carefully, almost reverently, her long, slender fingers tracing the faded B on the cover. She opened it, scanning the pages, her eyes quickly absorbing the script, pausing at the frantic later entries. "Yes," she murmured almost to herself. "This is it. The signature elements are all here, the pact, the price, the they of the forest, the binding of the bloodline, and the house a focal point, a prison." She looked up at me, her expression grim. "You were incredibly lucky to escape, young man. Most who stumble upon such things do not." You believe me?" I asked, a surge of relief, pure and overwhelming, washing over me. She gave a faint, almost sad smile. "Believe you, Mr. Your Name, for over 40 years I have studied these very legends. The stone wardens, the old pacts, the forest spirits. I have read accounts, heard stories, collected fragments of truth from forgotten corners of this region. Your account, as horrifying as it is, fits the patterns perfectly. In the diary, it is a rare and precious find, a first-hand account from the heart of the tragedy." She paused, then continued. "The clean objects, the preserved state of the music box, the doll, the blanket, these are not anomalies. They are imbued with the lingering essence of the Blackwood family, untouched because they are held within the sphere of the haunting, perhaps protected by the mother's spirit or serving as anchors for their presence." She gestured towards my wrist. "And the marks, may I see them more closely?" I extended my arm. She leaned forward, her eyes scrutinizing the faint, white impressions on my skin. She gently touched them, her fingers surprisingly cool. "Permafrost," she stated, a low, ominous tone in her voice. "The touch of a being born of ancient cold, bound to the earth, not a ghost, not a human spirit, something far older, far more elemental. The price made manifest, perhaps, the core of the pact." I shuddered, recalling the creature's emaciated form, its hateful eyes. What can we do, Dr. Reed?" She sat back, her gaze distant, thoughtful. "This is not a simple haunting, Mr. Your Name. This is a powerful ancient curse, a binding. To break it, to free the Blackwoods, would require understanding the exact nature of the pact, the specific rituals involved, and the precise demands of the entities Thomas Blackwood appeased or offended." "You mean there's a way?" I asked, a flicker of hope igniting within me. "There might be," she replied, her voice cautious. "But it would be incredibly dangerous. These are not benevolent spirits. The stone wardens are fierce, they guard the balance. If the pact was broken, the land exploited, they would exact their due. And from your account, they already have. The suffering in that house, the constant cold, the torment of the chained creature, it is all part of the price. But the mother's plea, I insisted. Help us leave this house. Alina, she's still there. Dr. Reed looked at the diary again, her expression softening slightly. Yes, the spirits of the innocent, the unwilling participants often linger, their suffering prolonging the cycle. They desire peace, rest. To break the curse would be to free them. But it would also mean confronting the source of the curse, the they that claimed them. She closed the diary, placing it on her desk. This is not a task for one person, Mr. Your Name, and it is certainly not a task for the faint of heart. If you are serious about this, if you truly wish to help them, then we must proceed with extreme caution and with a proper understanding of what we are up against. I am serious, Dr. Reed, I said, my voice firm despite the lingering fear. I can't just walk away. She studied me for a long moment, her eyes searching, evaluating. Very well, she said, a hint of steel in her voice. Then we begin. But understand this, once we embark on this path, there may be no turning back. These forces, they do not forget, and they do not forgive intrusion lightly. She stood up, a surprisingly spry movement for her age, and walked over to a towering bookshelf, pulling out a thick, leather-bound tome. Its cover was blank, its pages yellowed and brittle. This is not just about the Blackwoods anymore, Mr. Your Name, she said, turning to face me, the book held loosely in her hand. You are now part of their story, the house has drawn you in, and the forces within it, they know you have the diary. They know you hold their secret, your presence has already stirred them, they will be watching, waiting. The chilling finality of her words sent another shiver down my spine. I was no longer just an observer, a journalist. I was an active participant, entangled, and the forces in the house that never slept knew. My first step, she continued, will be to thoroughly examine this diary. The exact phrasing of the mother's observations, the dates, the small details, they may hold clues to the specific nature of the pact. Then we will cross-reference this with my own research into the regional folklore, focusing on the stone wardens and other similar entities. She tapped the diary with a finger. We will need to determine if there is a specific ritual for binding and therefore a counter-ritual for severing the ties. This will take time and a great deal of careful work. We cannot afford to make a mistake. And while we're doing that, I asked, thinking of the malevolent presence in the cellar, the shadowy Thomas, the watching eyes. While we are doing that, she replied, a faint, almost imperceptible sigh escaping her lips, you must stay away from the house for your own safety, and for the safety of this diary. It is too valuable, too important to risk. The forces within the Blackwood house may attempt to reclaim it or silence you. But I have my truck there, I protested. I left my camera equipment in my bag. Those are material possessions, Mr. Your Name, she interrupted, her voice firm. Your life and the potential to free these tortured souls are far more important. If you return now without a plan, without proper preparation, you risk becoming another soul bound to that place, another victim in its long history. She was right, of course. My equipment, my truck, they could be replaced. My life and the chance to help could not. The thought of going back into that house, unprepared, sent a fresh wave of cold dread through me. Understood, I said, a reluctant acceptance in my voice. So, what's next for me? You, Mr. Your Name, will rest. You are exhausted physically and mentally. Then you will assist me with the research. Your first-hand observations will be invaluable. We will compare them with the historical and folkloric accounts, searching for patterns, for anomalies, for anything that might give us an edge. She picked up the thick, ancient book from the bookshelf. And you will read this. It contains many of the legends and rituals related to these entities. You need to understand the history of what you are dealing with. Knowledge in this endeavor is our only true weapon. She handed me the heavy tome. Its pages smelled of ancient dust and dry parchment, a faint, almost metallic scent clinging to them. It felt as if I was holding a piece of forgotten history, a secret key to understanding the dark forces at play. We will work quickly but thoroughly, she continued, her voice full of a quiet determination. This is not a game. It is a desperate race against time, against a malevolent intelligence that has held a family captive for a century. The house, after all, never sleeps. Her words hung in the air, a chilling reminder of the house's perpetual torment. I had escaped its physical confines, but its dark embrace had followed me. I was now part of its story, bound by a terrible knowledge and a profound sense of responsibility. The journey to free the Blackwoods, to finally allow them to rest, had just begun, and I knew with a chilling certainty that it would be more perilous than anything I had yet imagined. The true fight was still ahead. The days that followed blurred into a relentless cycle of research, haunted by the specter of the Blackwood house. Dr. Reed's office became our command center, a sanctuary of knowledge against the encroaching darkness. She was a marvel, her intellect sharp as ever, her energy seemingly limitless despite her age. She immersed herself in Alina's diary, her spectacles perched on her nose, poring over every word, every scratch, every faded ink blot. She often muttered to herself, making notes in a precise, almost calligraphic script on yellow legal pads, her silver hair catching the light as she leaned over the ancient text. My role, as Dr. Reed had laid out, was to assist and, most importantly, to learn. The thick, leather-bound tome she had given me, titled Whispers of the Allegheny, Ancient Lore and Shadowed Paths, became my constant companion. It was dense, written in an archaic academic style, filled with references to obscure rituals, forgotten deities, and terrifying entities. The scent of old paper and the metallic tang I now associated with the cellar clung to its brittle pages. I spent hours reading, struggling to comprehend the complex cosmology of the stone wardens and the other primal forces Dr. Reed believed were involved. The book spoke of the wardens as ancient, elemental guardians tied to the oldest, most untouched parts of the earth. They were not malevolent in a human sense, but rather forces of nature, absolute in their judgment when their domain was violated. Their pacts were binding, their prices immutable. They demanded reverence, sacrifice, and balance. To disturb their land, especially for selfish gain, was to invite a curse that could consume generations. The book detailed instances where entire bloodlines withered, their souls tethered to the desecrated ground, forced to witness its slow decay, their torment fueling the warden's eternal vigilance. This resonated chillingly with the diary. Thomas Blackwood's ambition, his clear disregard for the land's ancient sanctity, had not just angered spirits, it had fundamentally disrupted an elemental balance. His family, particularly the innocent Alina and her mother, were merely collateral, bound by the unyielding terms of a primal justice. As I delved deeper, I realized the creature in the cellar wasn't necessarily Thomas. Dr. Reed's book suggested that in some extreme cases of desecration and binding, the wardens could manifest a physical embodiment of the pact itself, a living sacrifice perpetually tormented, chained to the point of violation, serving as a constant reminder of the transgression and a source of perpetual suffering to feed the binding spell. This entity, a chained sentinel, would guard the heart of the curse, drawing malevolence and cold from the earth and acting as a physical anchor for the spirits trapped above. The permafrost touch, the milky eyes filled with ancient hatred, it all fit. It was not Thomas, but the physical embodiment of his punishment, a living scar on the land itself. The thought was infinitely more disturbing than believing it was Thomas. Dr. Reed and I would discuss my readings, comparing them with her findings from the diary. She was meticulous, asking probing questions, pushing me to recall every detail of my experience. My initial encounters with the spectral figures, the whispers, the cold spots, she interpreted them not just as a haunting, but as expressions of deep-seated suffering, echoes of the Blackwood family's profound despair. The mother's desperate scratching at the door, her fear of being consumed, Alina's quiet plea, they were not just remnants but active manifestations of their ongoing torment. The key, Dr. Reed explained one evening, her finger tracing a particularly intricate diagram in an old German text, lies in understanding the original binding. Every ritual has a counter, every lock has a key, but these are not human constructs. We are dealing with forces that predate human comprehension of good and evil. They operate on a different plane of existence, a different set of rules. She explained that breaking such a curse was not about banishing a ghost with holy water. It was about rectifying a cosmic imbalance. It might involve a reciprocal sacrifice, a ritual of appeasement, or a symbolic act of restoration to the desecrated land. The difficulty lay in the specifics. The wardens were particular. An imprecise counter-ritual could backfire catastrophically, worsening the curse or binding us to the house alongside the Blackwoods. My sleep became fractured, haunted by vivid nightmares of the house. The growling, the rattling chains, the creature's milky eyes, its icy touch, they replayed endlessly in my mind. I woke often in a cold sweat, my heart pounding, the faint, persistent ache in my wrist a chilling reminder of the reality I had witnessed. The white finger marks had faded, but a subtle, almost imperceptible discoloration remained, a phantom cold beneath my skin. I also kept looking at the photos I had managed to take before the true horror began. Dr. Reed had been fascinated by them. The blurry spectral figure on the mantel, the faint distortions in the air, they were not just evidence, she said, but glimpses into the house's energetic field, visual echoes of the forces at play. She believed that the initial photographs had been a subtle form of intrusion, enough to stir the deeper malevolence within the house, just as my reading of the diary had. As the days turned into a week, our research slowly began to yield fruit. Dr. Reed found several references in the diary to Thomas's obsession with a specific ancient standing stone on the Blackwood property, a landmark he saw as an obstacle to his lumber operations. He had mentioned plans to remove it, to clear the path for progress. "There it is," Dr. Reed said, tapping the diary with a triumphant if grim expression. "The linchpin, the original sin. The stone wardens are inextricably linked to such monoliths, ancient markers of their domain. To remove one, to desecrate it for profit, that is a direct challenge, an unforgivable act in their eyes. The standing stone, it likely served as a conduit, a focal point for their power, perhaps even the physical manifestation of one of the wardens themselves." She then cross-referenced this with a local geological survey map from the early 20th century. "Look here," she said, pointing to small, almost imperceptible X marked on a remote section of the Blackwood property, deep within what was then primeval forest. Anomalous rock formation, remarkably dense and ancient material. The surveyors noted unusual cold spots around it, even in summer. They dismissed it as a geological oddity. My blood ran cold. Thomas had not just disturbed sacred ground, he had likely destroyed a sacred object, a direct affront to these ancient entities. The pit in the cellar with its viscous liquid and iron stakes was likely the subsequent site of the warden's retaliation, where they performed their binding ritual, creating the chained sentinel and tethering the Blackwood family to the very foundation of their curse. The house, built over this desecrated ground, became the prison. So I asked, my voice barely a whisper, what does this mean for a counter-ritual? It means, Dr. Reed replied, her gaze firm, that we cannot simply break the curse. We must in some way restore the balance, we must appease the wardens, and that almost certainly involves the standing stone, or what's left of it. This was a daunting prospect. How could one restore an ancient stone, likely destroyed a century ago, and how could we possibly appease such vengeful primordial entities? Our research deepened. We sought out any mentions of restitution rituals, of appeasement offerings, of ways to mend the broken bond between man and these ancient guardians. We found fragmented accounts of complex rites involving specific offerings, symbolic acts of humility and devotion, and occasionally a rare and dangerous ceremony of re-anchoring, returning a fragment of the desecrated object to its original place, imbued with renewed reverence. This re-anchoring ritual, Dr. Reed explained, poring over a faded sketch in an old German grimoire, is exceedingly rare and notoriously dangerous. It requires a deep understanding of the warden's nature, a specific set of rare components, and a strong will. It is a desperate measure, usually attempted only when all other forms of appeasement have failed, or when the desecration is so profound that only a symbolic act of restoration can begin to mend the rift. She believed this was our best, perhaps only option. The warden's anger was too deep, the binding too powerful for a simple appeasement. The desecration of their standing stone was the original transgression, and its symbolic restoration was likely the only path to undoing the curse. The components for such a ritual were challenging. The grimoire spoke of earth from hallowed ground untouched by human greed, water from a spring that flows from the heart of the ancient forest, a fragment of the original desecrated stone, and a vessel imbued with pure intention. The earth from hallowed ground and water from an ancient spring are obtainable, though difficult to locate precisely, Dr. Reed mused. But the fragment of the original desecrated stone, that is the trickiest part. Thomas would have ensured its complete destruction. We'd have to find even the smallest shard, and it would need to still bear the essence of the warden's power. And the vessel imbued with pure intention. That, Dr. Reed said, her eyes meeting mine, is where the Blackwood family comes in, specifically Alina, her music box. It is pristine, untouched by the house's decay, filled with her innocent grief and love. It is a focal point of her spirit, a symbol of everything that was pure and tragically lost. It could serve as that vessel, carrying our intention and connecting us to the innocence of those we seek to free. The thought of returning to the house, of retrieving the music box, sent a fresh wave of terror through me. But the image of Alina's faint, shimmering form, her silent, pleading gaze, strengthened my resolve. We spent another week meticulously planning. Dr. Reed detailed the steps of the re-anchoring ritual, drawing maps listing specific chants and preparations. It was a complex dance of symbolic acts, specific incantations, and precise timing, all culminating at the site of the original desecration, deep within the Blackwood property. She also outlined the dangers. The house will not give up its captives easily. The chained sentinel will guard the cellar, and Thomas's shadow will certainly be a formidable obstacle. We will be directly challenging the forces that bind them. They will resist, they will fight. Dr. Reed insisted that we couldn't go alone. This is not a task for amateurs. We need protection. We need someone who understands the energetic flow of these rituals, someone who can create a protective ward and guide the spiritual energies. A shaman, a hedge witch, someone rooted in the ancient ways who can mediate with such entities. She thought for a moment, then a name surfaced. There is an old acquaintance of mine, a reclusive woman named Lyra. She lives deep in the Appalachian Mountains, far south of here. She's what some would call a root worker or a cunning woman. Her lineage stretches back generations, steeped in the ancient traditions of this land. She has a deep connection to the forest and its spirits. She might be able to help, but she is particular. And she does not suffer fools gladly. The prospect of bringing another person into this terrifying equation was daunting, but Dr. Reed's conviction was absolute. Her knowledge of protective wards and spiritual mediation is unparalleled. Without her, this endeavor would be suicidal. So our next mission was clear. Travel to the Appalachians, find Lyra, and convince her to join our desperate quest. The journey to Lyra's remote mountain home was arduous. Dr. Reed, despite her age, was a surprisingly resilient traveler. We drove for hours, leaving the familiar highways behind for increasingly winding, unpaved roads that climbed higher and higher into the mist-shrouded peaks. The air grew cooler, thicker with the scent of pine and damp earth. Lyra's home was a small, weather-beaten cabin nestled deep in a hollow, almost swallowed by the dense forest. No electricity, no running water, just a wisp of smoke curling from a stone chimney. As we approached, I noticed strange totems hanging from the trees around the cabin, bundles of dried herbs, intricately woven dream catchers, and small, carved wooden figures that seemed to watch our approach with silent, unblinking eyes. A woman emerged from the cabin as our truck rumbled to a stop. She was a striking figure, perhaps in her late 50s, with a wild mane of silver-streaked black hair, deep-set, intelligent eyes, and skin weathered by sun and wind. She wore simple homespun clothes and carried a staff carved from gnarled wood. Her gaze, when it landed on me, was unsettlingly direct, as if she could see right into my soul. "Evelyn," Lyra said, her voice gravelly but clear, a faint smile touching her lips. "It's been too long, and you've brought a shadow with you." Her eyes flickered to me, then to my wrist, as if she instantly sensed the lingering cold. Dr. Reed embraced her warmly. "Lyra, my dear friend, you are as insightful as ever. Yes, I've brought a troubled soul. This is your name. He needs your help. We need your help." Lyra invited us into her cabin. The interior was small but warm, filled with the scent of wood smoke, dried herbs, and something else, something earthy and ancient. Bundles of herbs hung from the rafters, shelves groaned under the weight of glass jars filled with strange concoctions, and a large, well-worn wooden table dominated the center of the room. A black cat with luminous green eyes watched us from a perch on the windowsill. We sat around the table, a flickering oil lamp casting dancing shadows on the walls. Dr. Reed recounted our story, supplementing my earlier narrative with her own insights, emphasizing the nature of the stone wardens, the desecration of the standing stone, and the binding of the Blackwood family. I added details about the terror of the house, the creature in the cellar, the desperate plea from the diary. Lyra listened in silence, her gaze moving between us, occasionally stroking the purring cat. She didn't interrupt, but I could feel her keen intelligence assessing every word, weighing every detail. When we finished, another heavy silence descended. "The stone wardens," Lyra finally murmured, her eyes distant. "Ancient ones, their justice is absolute, unforgiving. To break their sacred stone a grave offense, and to bind a bloodline to the desecrated land a powerful curse indeed." She looked at me, her eyes piercing. "You carry their touch, the chained sentinel. A fragment of the curse clings to you." "Can you help us, Lyra?" Dr. Reed asked gently. Lyra rose from her seat, walked to a shelf, and picked up a small, intricately carved wooden box. She opened it, revealing a collection of smooth, polished stones, each imbued with a unique energy. She selected one, a dark, obsidian-like stone, and held it in her palm, her thumb tracing its surface. "The re-anchoring ritual is dangerous," she said, her voice low. "It will stir the wardens directly, and the entities in the house, the chained sentinel, Thomas, the mother, the child, they will all react. We will be walking into a maelstrom of raw, ancient power and human suffering. It will demand everything from us." "We understand the risks," I said, my voice firm, "but we can't abandon them. They've been trapped for a century." Lyra looked at me for a long moment, a faint smile finally touching her lips. "Your heart is true, young one, a rare quality in these cynical times. Very well, I will help you. But know this, we walk a thin line between liberation and annihilation. We must be prepared for anything." Over the next few days, Lyra began her preparations. She explained that the re-anchoring ritual wasn't just about finding the right components. It was about preparing ourselves, purifying our intentions, and building spiritual defenses. She led us through various exercises, teaching us breathing techniques to center ourselves, visualization methods to create mental wards, and the importance of unwavering focus. She also began crafting specific protective amulets from herbs, bone, and iron, imbued with incantations in a language I didn't understand. She showed us how to draw protective sigils in the earth, how to cleanse ourselves with specific herbal washes, and how to carry ourselves with respectful humility when approaching sacred ground. "The wardens respond to sincerity, to respect for the land," Lyra explained. "They are not evil, but they are unforgiving of desecration. Our aim is to show them that we come not as exploiters, but as restorers seeking to mend the broken bond." The most critical task was finding a fragment of the original standing stone. Dr. Reed believed that the Blackwood lumber operation would have taken the most direct, brutal approach to its removal, likely dynamiting it into rubble. This meant any surviving fragments would be deep within the earth, buried by a century of forest growth and erosion. "We need to return to the Blackwood property," Lyra stated, "but not to the house, not yet. We need to go to the exact spot where that stone once stood. The land itself will guide us." So armed with maps, the diary, Dr. Reed's notes, and Lyra's protective charms, we returned to the vicinity of the Blackwood property. We approached not by the main, overgrown drive, but through the dense, untouched sections of the Allegheny National Forest, following Lyra's intuitive sense of direction, guided by ancient trees and faint, forgotten game trails. The forest here was different, older, darker, filled with a palpable sense of ancient power. The air was colder, even in the middle of the day. The trees seemed to watch us, their branches intertwining above, creating a perpetual twilight. Lyra led us to the precise coordinates on Dr. Reed's map, the anomalous rock formation area. It was a clearing, but an unnatural one, circular and strangely barren in the heart of the otherwise thriving forest. No new growth seemed to take hold here, the earth dark and strangely compacted. The trees around the perimeter were stunted, twisted, their branches reaching inwards as if protecting a wound. "This is it," Lyra whispered, her voice solemn, "the place where the heart was torn out." The air in the clearing was thick with a palpable tension, a hum of suppressed energy, a deep, pervasive cold that seeped into my bones. I could almost hear the echoes of Thomas's explosions, the cries of the forest, the rupture of an ancient peace. We began our search. We dug carefully, methodically, beneath the layer of dead leaves and compacted earth. Hours passed. The sun began its slow descent, painting the western sky with hues of orange and purple. We found nothing but pebbles and root systems. Discouragement began to set in. "It has to be here," Dr. Reed murmured, brushing dirt from her hands. "Even the smallest fragment. The wardens wouldn't allow their essence to be completely extinguished." Lyra, however, worked differently. She didn't just dig. She knelt, her hands pressed to the earth, her eyes closed, murmuring in a low, guttural language. She seemed to be listening, sensing, communing with the very soil. Suddenly, her eyes snapped open. "Here," she said, her voice sharp, pointing to a spot near the center of the clearing where a gnarled ancient oak had stubbornly tried to grow, its roots twisted into unnatural shapes. Deep, beneath the old oak's oldest roots, the earth itself tried to protect it. We focused our efforts there. The ground was incredibly hard, almost like concrete. We chipped away at it with our trowels, painstakingly, slowly. As dusk deepened, a sliver of darkness emerged, harder than rock, strangely smooth. My heart hammered. I scraped away more earth, revealing a small, jagged shard of dark stone. It wasn't large, no bigger than my palm, but its surface was strangely cool to the touch, almost impossibly so despite the warmth of the fading sun. It glowed faintly, a subtle internal luminescence absorbing the fading light of the day, a deep obsidian black. "The fragment," Dr. Reed breathed, her voice filled with awe. Lyra reached out, her fingers brushing the stone. "Yes," she confirmed, a look of profound respect on her face. "It still carries its essence, the heart of the warden it was waiting." Carefully, reverently, we wrapped the fragment in a cloth Lyra provided, one embroidered with protective sigils. The first critical component of the ritual was secured. Our next objective, the earth from hallowed ground untouched by human greed and water from a spring that flows from the heart of the ancient forest. Lyra knew of such a spring deep within an unspoiled part of the forest, miles away from the Blackwood property. It would be a journey, but a necessary one. We spent the next day hiking, guided by Lyra through pristine wilderness. The deeper we went, the more vibrant and alive the forest felt, a stark contrast to the barren clearing we had left behind. The trees here were ancient, towering, their leaves a riot of autumn colors. The air was clean, crisp, filled with the scent of pine and rich, fertile earth. This was the forest as it was meant to be, untouched by greed, protected by time. We finally arrived at a hidden grotto where a crystal-clear spring bubbled up from beneath a moss-covered rock, flowing into a small, serene pool. The water was impossibly cold, tasting sweet and pure. This was the water from the heart of the ancient forest. Lyra meticulously collected a small vial of it and then carefully gathered a small amount of earth from around the spring, hallowed ground untouched by human greed. With all the physical components gathered, we returned to Lyra's cabin. The final phase of preparation began. Lyra laid out all the components on her wooden table, the obsidian fragment of the standing stone, the vial of pure spring water, the small pouch of hallowed earth, and Aliner's music box. The music box, when placed amidst these ancient, raw elements, seemed to radiate its own gentle, poignant energy, a beacon of human sorrow and innocence. "Tonight," Lyra said, her voice filled with quiet gravity, "we perform the final preparations. We will imbue the components with our intent, focus their energies, and strengthen our own spiritual shields. Then tomorrow, at the witching hour, we return to the Blackwood house. That is when the true work begins." The air in the cabin was thick with anticipation. Lyra lit candles, their flickering flames casting long, dancing shadows. She laid out a circle of protective herbs and stones on the floor. She began to chant, her voice low and melodic, in a language that resonated deep within my bones, a primal hum that seemed to vibrate through the very earth. Dr. Reed and I sat opposite her, focused, trying to channel our intent into the components. I held Aliner's music box, its cool metal a comforting weight in my trembling hands. I thought of Aliner, of her mother, of their suffering, and channeled all my desire to help them, to free them into the small, intricate device. The music box seemed to hum almost imperceptibly in response, radiating a soft, gentle warmth. Lyra guided us, teaching us how to focus our fear, to transmute it into protective energy, to fortify our resolve. She taught us how to call upon the ancient, benevolent spirits of the forest for guidance and protection, acknowledging their power, showing them respect. It was an intense, exhausting process, both physically and spiritually. By the time the moon was high in the sky, I felt a strange combination of utter depletion and profound, unshakable determination. The next day we were all quiet, the tension palpable. We ate a simple meal, packed our supplies, and then, as the sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the sky in fiery hues, we set out. The journey back to the Blackwood property felt different this time. The The weight of our purpose, the knowledge of the ritual, the presence of Lyra, who carried herself with an aura of ancient power, it all transformed the journey from a desperate flight into a focused, determined advance. We were no longer simply fleeing terror, we were confronting it. We parked my truck far from the house, hidden amongst the dense trees, and approached on foot, moving through the encroaching twilight. The familiar dread began to creep in as the house came into view, a dark, hulking silhouette against the bruised purple sky. Its windows, even from this distance, seemed to watch us, empty and malevolent. "It knows we are coming," Lyra whispered, her voice low. "It has been waiting." The cold, familiar metallic scent hung heavy in the air as we stepped onto the overgrown property. The wind sighed through the rotting eaves, sounding like a mournful wail. The shadows deepened, lengthening into grotesque, grasping forms. Lyra led us around the house, not through the front, but to a less obvious point of entry. She produced a small pouch of pungent herbs and scattered them around the perimeter of the house, murmuring incantations. A faint, almost imperceptible shimmer seemed to rise from the herbs, creating a subtle barrier. "Protective ward," she explained. "It will cloak our presence somewhat, but the deeper we go, the less effective it will be." We found a section of the back wall where a small, boarded-up window offered a possible entry. Lyra produced a crowbar from her bag, and with surprising strength for her slight frame, began to carefully pry open the boards. Each creak and groan of the wood echoed loudly in the oppressive silence, sounding like a gunshot. Finally, a narrow opening appeared. The darkness within seemed absolute, far blacker than the night outside. The familiar, profound cold washed over us, along with the faint, persistent tinkle of Aliner's music box. "This is it," Dr. Reed whispered, her hand gripping my arm. Lyra nodded, her face grim but resolute. "Remember your breathing, focus your intent, and do not, under any circumstances, break the circle of protection I will form around us." She went first, slipping through the opening with practiced ease. Dr. Reed followed, and then me. We landed softly on a dusty, rotting floor deep within a disused pantry, much like the one I had exited from before. The air was thick with the scent of decay and ancient cold. My flashlight beam, fully charged this time, cut through the suffocating gloom. The pantry led into a small, neglected kitchen full of cobwebs and crumbling plaster. The main living area where Thomas's shadow waited was just beyond. Lyra immediately began to work, drawing a large, intricate sigil on the floor with a piece of chalk, then placing specific stones and herbs at its cardinal points. "Stay within the circle," she commanded, her voice firm. "Do not step outside of it, no matter what you see or hear." As she finished, the room around us seemed to shift, the shadows deepening, swirling with renewed malevolence. A faint, low growl, deeper and more menacing than I remembered, seemed to vibrate through the floorboards, coming from the living room. The rhythmic, dragging sound began, slow and deliberate, moving closer. "Thomas, he knew we were here." Lyra completed the circle, then stood, her staff held upright, its tip glowing faintly with a soft, ethereal light. "He's coming," she stated, her gaze fixed on the doorway leading to the living room. "The house is waking up." The cold intensified, making my teeth chatter. The rhythmic, dragging footsteps grew louder, closer, accompanied by that guttural, rasping breathing. A dark, oppressive presence filled the doorway, blocking out the faint, bruised moonlight that filtered through the boarded-up windows. Thomas Blackwood, or what was left of him. A tall, gaunt shadow, utterly devoid of light, its presence radiating pure, ancient fury. His eyeless gaze seemed to bore into us, fixed on the diary clutched in my hand, then on the music box that Lyra now held, preparing for the ritual. He stood motionless for a moment, a sentinel of pure menace, then slowly, deliberately began to advance. His dragging footsteps echoed like a funeral drum, each step drawing him closer to our fragile circle. The air crackled with his anger, the very dust motes dancing in the oppressive energy. "He wants the diary," Dr. Reed whispered, her voice tight with fear but her eyes resolute. "He wants to keep his secrets buried." Lyra raised her staff, its light pulsating, and began to chant, her voice strong and clear, resonating with ancient power. The shadowy figure paused, a low, guttural snarl escaping its form, a sound of frustrated rage. It tried to step into the circle, but recoiled as if hitting an invisible barrier, its form momentarily rippling, distorting. "He cannot enter a sacred space without invitation," Lyra explained, her eyes fixed on the shadow. "But he will try to break our resolve. Do not look away, do not falter." Thomas roared, a sound that seemed to tear at the fabric of reality, shaking the very foundations of the house. Objects in the kitchen began to rattle, then fly from shelves, shattering against the walls. A ghostly, frigid wind swept through the room, extinguishing some of Lyra's candles, but her staff's light remained steady, pulsating with defiant energy. The house was reacting, it was fighting back. "Now," Lyra commanded, her voice cutting through the chaos. "To the cellar, we must complete the ritual where the binding was made. Thomas will follow, the chained sentinel will be waiting." We moved as one, staying within the protective circle of Lyra's staff light, Lyra leading the way, Dr. Reed providing support, and me carrying the sacred components. We made our way towards the master bedroom, where the hidden staircase to the cellar awaited. Thomas's shadow followed, always just outside the protective aura, snarling, raging, throwing phantom objects, attempting to break our formation. The house itself groaned and protested, the walls seeming to press in, the floorboards creaking under unseen weight. We reached the master bedroom. The wardrobe, still slightly askew from my previous frantic shove, loomed like a dark sentry. Lyra, without hesitation, pushed it aside with a surprising surge of strength, revealing the narrow, winding staircase to the cellar. The air from the opening was impossibly cold, carrying the overwhelming metallic scent of old blood and suffering. The faint, mournful wail of the chained sentinel drifted up from below, a sound of profound agony and ancient hatred. It knew we were here. "He's waiting," I whispered, my voice raw. "Indeed," Lyra replied, her face grim. "The deeper we go, the stronger his influence, but the ritual must be performed at the very heart of the binding." We began our descent. The stairs were treacherous, rotten, each creak echoing in the suffocating darkness. The moaning from below grew louder, more guttural, more insistent, no longer a wail, but a low, menacing growl of anticipation. Thomas's shadow remained above, unable to follow us down the tight spiral, but its presence pressed down on us, a heavy, suffocating weight. I could feel his rage, a palpable wave of oppressive energy urging us back, trying to crush our will. Finally, we reached the cramped landing, facing the low, arched doorway to the cellar. Beyond it, absolute, inky blackness, punctuated by the furious growling and the rattling of chains. "Stay close," Lyra commanded, her staff held high, its light pushing back the oppressive darkness. "Hold your intent, we enter the heart of the beast." We pushed through the doorway. The cellar was just as I remembered it, vast, cavernous, its timber walls reinforced with thick iron bands. The air was frigid, impossibly cold, the metallic smell overpowering. And in the center, in the shallow pit of dark, viscous liquid, the chained sentinel waited. Its skeletal form, half submerged, thrashed wildly against its iron stake, its chains clanking furiously, its milky white eyes fixed on us with unadulterated, ancient hatred. Its low, guttural hiss filled the air, a language of pure malice. Lyra immediately began her work. She planted her staff firmly into the damp earth near the edge of the pit, its light creating a small, intensely bright circle around us, pushing back the overwhelming darkness and the creature's menacing aura. She then began to draw a new, more complex sigil in the earth, around the staff, preparing the sacred space for the re-anchoring ritual. The chained sentinel roared, a sound of frustrated rage and agony, straining against its chains, trying to break free to drag us into its pit. Its bony hand, the same one that had gripped me, reached out, its long, ragged nails scraping against the air just outside our protective circle. The cold from its touch radiated outwards, numbing my exposed skin, chilling me to the bone. "Quickly, your name," Lyra urged, her voice strained as she worked, fighting against the creature's spiritual assault. "The components, we must prepare them." My hands trembling, I placed Aliner's music box within the newly drawn sigil. Dr. Reed carefully opened the vial of spring water and the pouch of hallowed earth, setting them beside it. The obsidian fragment of the standing stone, wrapped in its protective cloth, pulsed with a subtle, dark energy. Lyra finished the sigil, then stood, her staff pulsing with brilliant light, holding back the raging entity. "The offering," she said, her voice clear and strong despite the terrifying cacophony around us. "We must offer it, as a gesture of restitution, of humility."
She gestured too.
Lyra gestured to me, her eyes locked on the raging figure in the pit. "The fragment of the warden's heart, young one, place it carefully upon the music box. Let it merge with the innocence, with the pure intention. It is the beginning of the mending." My hands, though still trembling, moved with a newfound purpose. I picked up the obsidian fragment. It pulsed with a cold, dark energy, heavy and ancient. I brought it closer to Aliner's music box, which glowed with a soft, melancholic light. As the two objects met, a strange sensation shot through my fingers, a jolt of immense, raw power, quickly followed by a gentle warmth. The obsidian, for a fleeting moment, seemed to soften, its dark surface swirling with faint, iridescent patterns. It settled perfectly on the lid of the music box, as if it belonged there, completing a circuit. A low, unearthly shriek tore through the cellar. The chained sentinel went wild, thrashing with impossible force. Its chains, thick and rusty, groaned and strained against the massive iron stake, threatening to snap. Its skeletal hand reached out, its fingers convulsing, its milky eyes blazing with pure primal fury. The very air around us shimmered with palpable hatred. Above, I could hear Thomas's guttural roars intensifying, the house shaking violently, dust and debris raining down from the ceiling. "Now the earth," Lyra commanded, her voice rising above the din, "from the hallowed ground untouched by greed. Sprinkle it around the base of the music box, a symbol of reconnection, of nurturing the broken land." Dr. Reed, with surprising steadiness, uncorked the small pouch of earth. Her hand hovered for a moment, then she carefully poured the rich, dark soil in a small circle around the music box and the obsidian fragment. As the earth settled, a faint, sweet aroma of damp forest floor filled the frigid air, a stark contrast to the metallic stench of the pit. The chained sentinel let out another ear-splitting shriek, a sound of pure agony mixed with rage. Its head snapped back, its emaciated body spasming. It was as if the touch of the sacred earth was burning it, tormenting it. And finally, Lyra declared, her voice ringing with power, the water from the ancient spring from the heart of the forest, the essence of life, of healing, pour it over the earth, over the fragment, over the music box. Let it cleanse, let it renew. I took the vial of spring water. It was cool and clear, shimmering faintly in Lyra's staff light. As I uncorked it, the sweet, pure scent of mountain water mingled with the earthy aroma. I poured it slowly, deliberately over the hallowed earth, watching as it seeped into the soil, touching the obsidian fragment in the music box. As the water made contact, the cellar was plunged into chaos. The chained sentinel, its form contorting, let out a final, impossibly loud shriek that seemed to tear at my very eardrums, echoing through the cavernous space. Its thrashing intensified, a frenzy of flailing limbs and clanking chains. Then, with a sudden, horrifying jerk, its body went utterly rigid, frozen in mid-contortion, its milky eyes wide and unseeing, fixed on some unseen horror. A low, guttural gurgle escaped its lips. Then it was silent, utterly still, its chains slack. A profound, bone-deep cold spread outwards from the pit, pushing against Lyra's protective circle, making us gasp. It was a cold unlike anything I had felt before, not merely the absence of warmth, but a sucking, draining cold that threatened to steal the very breath from my lungs, the very life from my body. Lyra's staff light flickered violently, struggling against the encroaching frigidity. The core of the curse is fighting back, Lyra gasped, her voice strained, her face taut with effort. The wardens are demanding their final due. Focus your intent, hold the purpose. Above, the house roared its protest. A thunderous crash echoed from upstairs as if a massive weight had been dropped. The timbers groaned, the walls vibrated violently. Dust, plaster, and bits of decaying wood rained down from the ceiling in a steady shower. We were in a seismic event, but one driven by unseen, ancient forces. Lyra, her eyes now closed in intense concentration, began to chant again, her voice low and resonant, weaving a complex tapestry of sound and power. Her staff pulsed wildly, its light expanding and contracting, a defiant beacon in the overwhelming cold and darkness. The music box, now at the heart of the ritual, began to glow with an intense, pure white light. It shimmered, growing brighter and brighter, its delicate notes, previously so faint, now swelling into a clear, melancholic melody that filled the cellar, Eleanor's song. It was no longer just a haunting tune, it was a beacon, a lament, a plea, and a promise. As the music box's light grew, I saw them. Faint, ethereal forms shimmering in the periphery of our protective circle, drawn to the music. The mother, her form transparent, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and dawning hope, her hands clasped. And beside her, little Eleanor, a translucent outline of a child, her small hand reaching out, her face upturned towards the source of the music, a faint, ghostly smile gracing her lips. They were no longer shadows of despair, but fleeting images of longing, of yearning for release. Above us, Thomas's shadow let out another shriek, a sound of absolute, agonizing defeat and fury. The light from the music box, infused with the ritual's power, seemed to ripple upwards, penetrating the very fabric of the house. I could feel its cleansing energy, pushing back the oppressive darkness, weakening the malevolent hold. Hold fast, Lyra urged, beads of sweat beading on her brow, her face etched with monumental effort. The binding is breaking, they are trying to pull us into the void. The pressure was immense. My head pounded, my ears rang, and my body felt like it was being stretched, pulled in opposing directions. The cold threatened to engulf me, to freeze my blood in my veins. I focused on the music box, on Eleanor's song, on the faint, hopeful faces of the mother and child. Help us leave this house. My intent burned like a fierce, desperate flame within me. Suddenly, with a final, ear-splitting crack that reverberated through the very foundations of the earth, the cellar was consumed by a blinding flash of pure white light. It was so intense, so absolute, that I squeezed my eyes shut, my entire being overwhelmed. The pure, sweet melody of Eleanor's music box swelled to an impossible crescendo, then just as suddenly it ceased. Silence. Absolute, profound, deafening silence. Slowly, cautiously, I opened my eyes. The blinding light had vanished. Lyra's staff was still glowing, but the intense, overwhelming cold was gone. The oppressive darkness had receded. The air felt lighter, cleaner. The chained sentinel was still in the pit, frozen in its contorted position, but its form was no longer emanating hatred or suffering. It was simply an inert statue of frozen torment, a chilling monument to a century of agony, now devoid of life. And the mother and Eleanor, they were gone. The faint, shimmering outlines had vanished, leaving behind only the lingering echo of their sorrow, now tinged with something new, peace, a profound, quiet peace. I looked at Lyra. She was slumped against her staff, breathing heavily, her face pale and drawn, but her eyes held a triumphant, if weary, light. Dr. Reed was equally exhausted, leaning against the wall, but a fragile smile touched her lips. "It is done," Lyra whispered, her voice hoarse. "The binding is broken, the wardens have accepted the restitution, the innocent are free." A wave of relief so potent it threatened to buckle my knees washed over me. It was over. The Blackwood family, or at least the mother and child, were finally at peace. They had finally been allowed to leave the house. But the house itself, it felt different. No longer aggressively malevolent, but empty, desolate. The echoes of a century of suffering had been ripped away, leaving behind only a profound, hollow void. Thomas, I asked, my voice barely a whisper. Lyra shook her head slowly. His binding was to the land, his punishment tied to the desecrated stone. He is still here, but his power, it is diminished. He is no longer anchored to his family's torment. He is merely a prisoner of his own making, bound to this desolate place to witness its decay until the earth reclaims him entirely. She paused, then added, his torment continues, but it is now isolated. The innocent no longer suffer for his sins. We gathered our strength slowly, carefully. The journey out of the cellar felt less like an escape and more like a quiet exodus. The stairs, though still rickety, no longer groaned under unseen weight. The oppressive presence of Thomas was gone, replaced by an eerie, hollow silence. When we emerged into the main living area, the house was transformed. The profound cold was gone, replaced by the natural chill of a century-old, unheated building. The shadows no longer seemed to writhe with malevolence. The very air felt lighter, cleansed. The subtle distortions I had seen in my photographs were gone. The house was just an old, abandoned house. But its emptiness was more unsettling than its former terror. It was a shell, a monument to a terrible tragedy, but the active torment had ceased. We made our way through the house, each step echoing loudly in the newfound silence. The faint scent of decay remained, but the metallic tang was gone. We found our way back to the pantry, to the opening we had created. As we stepped outside into the cool night air, the moon was high, casting a pale silver glow over the overgrown property. The house, silhouetted against the night sky, still looked imposing, but it no longer felt alive with malice. It was just a building. A very, very sad building. We walked in silence back to the truck, the exhaustion finally catching up to us. The adrenaline had worn off, leaving behind a profound weariness, both physical and spiritual. When we reached the truck, Lyra turned to the house, her gaze distant. The work is done, she said, her voice soft. The scales are balanced, the innocent may rest. Dr. Reed placed a hand on Lyra's shoulder, a silent gesture of gratitude and respect. Thank you, Lyra, you saved them and us. Lyra merely nodded, her eyes still on the house. The forest remembers, it always remembers. The drive back to Lyra's cabin was quiet, filled with the weight of our shared experience. I was utterly drained, but also filled with a profound sense of relief, a quiet satisfaction that we had succeeded. The images of Alina, the music box, the chained sentinel, they would forever be seared into my memory, but now they were accompanied by the thought of peace. Back at the cabin, Lyra immediately set about preparing a cleansing ritual. She built a small fire outside, gathered specific herbs, and instructed us to wash our hands and faces in a pungent, smoking mixture. To wash away the clinging shadows, she explained, to sever any remaining ties. As the smoke curled around me, carrying the scent of rosemary and juniper, I felt a release, a letting go of the profound cold that had settled deep within my bones. The faint ache in my wrist, a constant companion since the cellar, finally faded. The phantom cold beneath my skin vanished, leaving only the warmth of the fire. We stayed the night at Lyra's cabin. I slept soundly for the first time in weeks, my dreams no longer haunted by the house, but filled with fleeting images of a child's laughter and a mother's gentle smile, bathed in a soft, ethereal light. The next morning, the air was crisp and clear. The forest around Lyra's cabin felt vibrant, alive. We had a simple breakfast, and then it was time to say our goodbyes. What now, Dr. Reed? I asked, feeling a strange mix of accomplishment and uncertainty. What happens to the house? Dr. Reed sighed, looking out at the forest. The Blackwood house will remain. It is a scar on the land, a testament to Thomas Blackwood's hubris, but it is no longer actively malevolent. Without the binding, without the suffering of the innocent, its power is gone. It will simply decay, a silent monument to a tragic history. The forest will slowly reclaim it as it eventually reclaims everything. And Thomas? He remains bound, Lyra answered, her voice soft but firm. His fate is sealed. He will linger there, a shadow of his former self, until his essence dissipates entirely, a final, slow repayment of his debt to the wardens. It is a long, solitary torment, but a just one. I nodded, a grim acceptance settling over me. His fate, while chilling, felt like a proper, albeit agonizing, end for the man who had brought so much suffering. And for you, Mr. Your name, Dr. Reed asked, her eyes gentle, what will you do with your story? I looked down at my hands, remembering the camera, the thrill of the chase, the initial assignment. It all felt so distant now. I don't know, I came for a story, I found a tragedy, a release. I think I need to tell the truth, all of it. Dr. Reed smiled. Yes, the truth, it is always the most powerful tool, but perhaps tell it with reverence, with understanding, not as a sensationalist tale, but as a warning. A testament to the ancient forces at play in this world, forces humanity too often forgets or dismisses. Lyra handed me a small, intricately woven amulet made of dried herbs and a polished river stone. For your protection, young one, and a reminder, you walked into the shadow and brought back light. Carry that knowledge with humility. I took the amulet, its earthy scent a comforting presence in my palm. Thank you, Lyra, for everything. We said our farewells, promises exchanged to stay in touch, to share any further insights. As we drove away from Lyra's secluded cabin, leaving the mist-shrouded mountains behind, I felt a profound shift within myself. I was no longer the same person who had first stepped into the Blackwood house. The experience had changed me, leaving an indelible mark on my soul. The journey back to the university was a quiet one. Dr. Reed and I shared few words, each lost in our own thoughts, processing the monumental events of the past weeks. The world outside the car window, with its bustling towns and oblivious people, seemed strangely disconnected from the ancient, primal reality we had just confronted. Back in her office, Dr. Reed carefully placed Alina's music box on her desk. The obsidian fragment was gone, having seemingly merged entirely with the box during the ritual, leaving no trace. The music box was silent now, its delicate mechanism still, but it radiated a serene, gentle warmth, a quiet testament to the peace it had finally brought. This, Dr. Reed said, her voice soft, will remain here, a reminder, a piece of history finally at rest. She then turned to me, her gaze steady. You have a powerful story to tell, Mr. Your Name, and you have the photographic evidence, the initial images of the spectral figure, the distortions, they are the tangible proof. You have a chance to bring this truth to a wider audience, to educate, to warn, but remember the responsibility that comes with such knowledge. I knew what she meant. This wasn't just a scoop, it was a sacred trust. I couldn't sensationalize it, couldn't exploit the tragedy of the Blackwoods. I had to tell their story with the respect and integrity it deserved. The next few weeks were a blur of work. I began compiling my photographs, meticulously cataloging them. The early shots, the exterior, the living room, they were now imbued with a new haunting context. The blurry spectral figure on the mantel, the faint distortions in the air, they were no longer just unsettling anomalies. They were echoes of a suffering that had finally been laid to rest. I started writing. I began not with the horror, but with the initial fascination, the allure of the abandoned house, the mystery. I chronicled my growing unease, the subtle hints, the discovery of the diary. I shared excerpts of the mother's desperate words, allowing her voice to speak for itself. I described the terror of the cellar, the chilling truth of the chained sentinel, and the desperate, dangerous ritual that finally brought release. I included Dr. Reed's academic insights, her explanations of the stone wardens and ancient pacts, giving the story a grounding in forgotten folklore. I wove in Lyra's wisdom, her connection to the earth, her quiet power, showing the different facets of understanding and confronting such forces. It was a daunting task. How could I convey the profound, otherworldly terror without sounding like a madman? How could I articulate the ancient power of the wardens, the silent agony of the Blackwoods, the desperate hope of the ritual, to a world that often refused to believe in anything beyond the tangible? But I had to try, for Alina, for her mother, for Lyra, for Dr. Reed, for myself. As I wrote, I felt a strange sense of clarity, of purpose. The story wasn't just about a haunted house anymore. It was about greed and consequence, about ancient justice and human suffering, about the delicate balance between humanity and the natural world. It was a story of redemption, hard-won and dearly paid for. I spent countless hours editing, refining, searching for the precise words, the perfect images, to convey the truth without diminishing its power or resorting to cheap thrills. It had to be a testament, a warning, a plea for respect for the unseen forces of the earth. When the first draft was complete, I sent it to Dr. Reed. She read it carefully, making a few annotations, offering suggestions, but ultimately affirming its authenticity. You have captured the essence, Mr. Your Name, she wrote in a crisp, elegant hand. The terror, the tragedy, the hope, it is a story that needs to be heard. The final piece was submitted to the magazine. The editors, initially skeptical, were captivated by the raw honesty of the narrative, the compelling photographic evidence, and the academic weight brought by Dr. Reed's expertise. They knew they had something extraordinary. The article, titled The House That Finally Slept, a photojournalist's account of the Blackwood Curse, was published a few months later. It was unlike anything the magazine had ever featured. It wasn't just a ghost story, it was a deep dive into regional folklore, a chilling cautionary tale, and a testament to the endurance of ancient forces. The response was overwhelming. It sparked debates, disbelief, and fascinated discussions. Some dismissed it as an elaborate hoax, but many others, especially those from the Allegheny region, recognized echoes of old tales, whispers of local legends. My phone rang off the hook with interview requests, invitations to lectures, and even pleas from people claiming to have encountered similar phenomena. I handled it all with the quiet reverence Dr. Reed had advised. I spoke not as an expert, but as a witness. I shared the story, emphasizing the lessons learned, the respect owed to ancient powers. I felt a responsibility to the Blackwoods to ensure their story served a higher purpose, not just as entertainment. Life for me had irrevocably changed. The fast-paced, transient world of photojournalism no longer held the same appeal. I found myself drawn to other stories of forgotten lore, of hidden histories, of places where the veil between worlds felt thin. I began to seek out other Dr. Reeds and Lyras, people who held ancient knowledge, who understood the subtle language of the earth. I didn't abandon my camera, but my focus shifted. I sought to document not just the visible, but the invisible, the energetic, the spiritual forces that shaped our world. My work became a bridge between the mundane and the mysterious, a way to share the profound, unsettling beauty of the unseen. I never returned to the Blackwood house. I didn't need to. Its image was etched into my soul, a permanent reminder of the darkness I had faced and the light we had brought forth. I knew it was slowly decaying, being reclaimed by the forest, its memory fading into the quiet whispers of the trees. Thomas, the architect of his family's suffering, remained there, a solitary shadow in a desolate shell, bound by the cruel irony of his own pact, a silent testament to the warden's immutable justice. But the innocent were free. Elena and her mother had finally found their peace, their souls soaring beyond the confines of the house that had held them captive for so long. Their song, once a mournful echo of torment, was now a quiet melody of liberation, carried on the wind through the ancient forests, a lullaby of rest. And I, the photojournalist who had stumbled into their nightmare, carried their story, their truth, as a sacred trust, a warning, and a hope. The world, post-Blackwood House, felt both utterly alien and profoundly vivid. The colors were sharper, the sounds more nuanced, as if a veil had been lifted from my perception. Conversations I once found trivial now seemed impossibly hollow, while the rustle of leaves, the whisper of the wind, carried a weight of meaning I had never noticed before. The city, with its relentless concrete and steel, its ceaseless clamor, felt particularly jarring. I saw the faces of strangers, their eyes fixed on their screens or lost in their own thoughts, and wondered how many of them suspected the ancient, hidden currents that flowed beneath their feet, the unseen forces that shaped their very reality. My article, "The House That Finally Slept," became a phenomenon. It wasn't just a hit, it was a cultural earthquake in certain circles. The magazine, usually known for its picturesque travel features and lifestyle pieces, found itself at the center of a storm of debate. The comment sections online exploded. Academics, parapsychologists, folklorists, and self-proclaimed ghost hunters all weighed in. Mainstream media, initially dismissive, couldn't ignore the sheer volume of discussion. My phone didn't stop ringing. I gave interviews, carefully selecting the platforms, always adhering to Dr. Reed's advice: speak with reverence, with understanding, not as a sensationalist. I shared the story, emphasizing the lessons of hubris, of respect for the land, of the delicate balance between humanity and nature. I talked about the Blackwoods not as specters to be gawked at, but as victims of a profound tragedy. I never embellished, never exaggerated. The truth, in this case, was more than enough. Some called me a charlatan, a master of Photoshop and dramatic narrative. Others hailed me as a brave new voice in investigative journalism, willing to explore the uncomfortable truths hidden in plain sight. There were even a few unsettling letters, veiled threats from individuals who seemed to believe I had trespassed on sacred ground and revealed secrets that should have remained buried. Lyra's amulet, which I now wore constantly beneath my shirt, felt like a comforting, protective weight against such unseen aggressions. Dr. Reed, meanwhile, became a quiet celebrity within her academic sphere. Her theories, once relegated to fringe discussions, now gained a new, albeit controversial, legitimacy. She fielded calls from colleagues around the world, engaging in spirited debates, patiently explaining the nuances of ancient binding rituals and elemental entities. She seemed invigorated by the new dialogue, a seasoned scholar finally seeing her lifelong work gain wider recognition. My own trajectory had irrevocably altered. The fast-paced, transient world of photojournalism, with its superficial glamour, no longer held any appeal. I couldn't go back to documenting fashion shows or celebrity events. My eyes had been opened to a different kind of reality, one far more profound and terrifying and beautiful. I resigned from my old position, much to the exasperation of my former editor, and set out on my new, uncharted path. I found myself drawn to other stories of forgotten lore, of hidden histories, of places where the veil between worlds felt thin. I pored over obscure texts, frequented dusty archives, and spent hours in the hushed halls of university libraries, chasing down any lead, any whisper of similar phenomena. Dr. Reed became an invaluable resource, guiding my research, suggesting avenues of inquiry, and introducing me to her network of equally unconventional scholars. "The world is full of these stories, Mr. Your Name," she had told me during one of our weekly calls. "Not all of them as dramatic as Blackwood, perhaps, but each bearing a fragment of the truth. You have a unique lens, a sensitivity. Use it wisely." My camera remained my constant companion, but my focus had shifted entirely. I sought to document not just the visible, but the invisible, the energetic, the spiritual forces that shaped our world. My new work became a bridge between the mundane and the mysterious, a way to share the profound, unsettling beauty of the unseen. I was no longer just a photojournalist. I was becoming a chronicler of the liminal, an explorer of the edges of human perception. One particular lead captivated me: a series of disappearing persons cases in a remote, almost forgotten mining town called Oakhaven, nestled deep in the Allegheny Mountains, a few hundred miles north of Lyra's territory. The disappearances span decades, often dismissed as accidents or wanderers lost to the rugged terrain. But the local folklore spoke of something far older, far more sinister. The initial reports were eerily familiar. Strange cold spots, unsettling silence in the deeper parts of the woods, and faint melancholic sounds drifting on the wind, sometimes described as a distant, mournful humming. There were also consistent, though often discounted, accounts of odd rock formations, almost unnaturally smooth and dark, found deep within the old mine shafts, radiating a peculiar chill even in the height of summer. I presented my findings to Dr. Reed. She listened intently, her fingers tracing a faded map of the Oakhaven area. Oakhaven, she mused, her voice low. Yes, I recall some mentions, small iron mines, mostly pre-Civil War. The indigenous tribes avoided that valley, spoke of hungry earth and stone whispers, a powerful place untouched for centuries before the settlers arrived. The disappearances aren't random, Dr. Reed, I said, pointing to a clustered pattern on my makeshift timeline. They often occur near the old mine entrances or along specific trails that lead deep into the forests surrounding the valley, always in early autumn just as the leaves begin to turn. Dr. Reed's eyes narrowed. And the hungry earth, the stone whispers, it points to something elemental, perhaps a different kind of warden or something even older. Mines, you say, digging into the earth, disrupting ancient veins. That's another form of desecration, akin to Thomas Blackwood's actions, but perhaps more insidious, more prolonged. The local police, what little remains of them, have always dismissed it as bad luck, accidents, I continued. But the families, they know, they whisper of things that pull people into the earth, never to return. This could be significant, Dr. Reed finally said, her gaze firm. A chance to observe a different manifestation of these ancient entities, to understand the broader context of their domain, but also potentially far more dangerous. Mining goes deeper, literally, into the bones of the earth. The entities there could be far more ancient, far less forgiving than even the stone wardens. I felt a familiar chill, a prickle of anticipation and dread. The Blackwood house had been an accidental stumbling into a nightmare. This, however, was a deliberate step into the unknown. I was no longer a victim. I was an investigator armed with new knowledge, new defenses, and a deeper understanding of the world's hidden dangers. I have to go, I stated, my voice steady. I need to understand this. Dr. Reed nodded. Of course you do, but not alone. I will assist with research from here. And I think it's time you reconnected with Lyra. Her insight into the Earth's energies, her protective magic, will be invaluable. This sounds like something that requires a very delicate touch, a deep respect for the land itself. A few days later, after a long drive back into the mist-shrouded peaks, I found myself once again standing before Lyra's cabin. The familiar totems hung from the trees, the scent of wood smoke filled the air, and the black cat with luminous green eyes watched from the windowsill. Lyra emerged, her silver-streaked hair wild, her gaze as direct and unsettling as ever. The wind carries new burdens, young one, she greeted, a faint smile touching her lips. I felt your approach and the stirrings from the north. The earth calls to you, doesn't it? I explained the situation in Oakhaven, the disappearances, the old mines, the hungry earth lore. Lyra listened in silence, occasionally stroking her cat, her eyes distant, as if already communing with the ancient landscape I described. Oakhaven, she finally murmured, her voice thoughtful. A deep wound in the earth, the spirits there, they are not like the wardens of the stone. They are of the deep earth, the primal darkness beneath the surface. They are older, more patient, and their hunger is vast. Can they be appeased? I asked, a knot of apprehension tightening in my stomach. Lyra looked at me, her gaze piercing. All things have a balance, young one, but the balance in the deep earth is a cold and ancient one. Their justice is not swift and terrible like the wardens of the surface, but slow, inexorable. They claim what is taken from them, piece by piece, soul by soul, until the debt is paid. She agreed to help, but her demeanor was graver than before. This journey will require more than amulets and wards. It will require a profound understanding of the deep earth spirits, of their hunger and of their ancient slumber. We must tread with utmost caution, for their wrath is not a sudden storm, but a slow, suffocating darkness. The preparations this time were different. Lyra focused less on active confrontation and more on deep respect, on understanding the rhythms of the earth. She taught me about geomancy, the art of reading the energy lines of the land, of identifying places of power and places of depletion. We practiced meditative techniques to ground ourselves, to feel the pulse of the earth, to listen to its subtle language. She crafted new protective charms, not for outright defiance, but for stealth and camouflage against spiritual detection. She emphasized humility, explaining that the deep earth spirits, unlike the stone wardens who reacted to direct desecration, were more offended by intrusion, by the mere presence of humanity disturbing their ancient sleep, especially when coupled with extraction and greed. These spirits are not inherently malevolent, Lyra explained as we packed. They are primal forces, guardians of the earth's deepest secrets. They see humanity as a fleeting blight, a temporary irritation that scars their skin. When we dig, when we take without asking, without giving back, we rouse their ancient hunger. They simply reclaim what is theirs. Our journey to Oakhaven was long, taking us further into the wild heart of the Alleghenies than I had ever been. The landscape grew more rugged, the mountains steeper, the valleys narrower. Oakhaven itself was a testament to decline, a ghost of its former self. A collection of dilapidated wooden buildings clung to the side of a steep valley, overshadowed by the skeletal remains of old mining structures, rusted derricks, collapsing headframes, and mounds of dark, sterile slag. The air was heavy, perpetually damp, and carried the faint, acrid scent of sulfur and old iron. The few remaining residents, mostly elderly, were hardened, silent folk. Their eyes held a profound weariness, a deep-seated fear that had become a part of their very being. They tolerated our presence with a suspicious resignation, offering no help but also no overt hostility. They simply watched, their faces etched with generations of unspoken grief. Lyra, however, seemed to communicate with them on a different level. She spent hours walking through the town, touching the old wooden walls, standing silently by the river that flowed through the valley, listening. She would often return to our rented, creaking cabin, one of the few still habitable, with a grim, distant look in her eyes. "The earth here is sick," she told me one evening, stirring a cup of potent herbal tea. "A slow, spreading illness. The mining did not just take the iron, it took the spirit of the land. The compensation demanded is terrible." Our first objective was to locate the specific mine shafts and trails mentioned in the disappearance reports. Armed with old geological maps, town records, and the few cryptic warnings shared by the locals, we began our exploration. Lyra insisted on approaching the forest with extreme caution, performing small protective rites before we entered the tree line each day. The forest surrounding Oakhaven was different from Blackwood. It wasn't actively malevolent, but it was profoundly oppressive. The trees, though ancient, seemed stunted, their bark mottled, their leaves a muted, sickly green even in late summer. The undergrowth was thick, tangled, almost predatory in its embrace. The air was perpetually damp and cold, and the silence was the most unsettling. It wasn't a peaceful quiet, but a heavy, watchful stillness, as if the entire forest held its breath, waiting. We found the first mine shaft on the third day, hidden beneath a tangled mass of briars and fallen timber. It was merely a narrow, black maw in the side of the mountain, framed by rotting wooden supports. A faint, earthy smell mixed with something else, a cold, metallic tang, almost like blood, wafted from its depths. "This is one of the places," Lyra whispered, her hand pressed against the damp earth. "The veil here is thin, the gateway is open." As I brought my camera up, something glinted just inside the entrance. It was a small, crudely carved wooden toy, weathered and old, perhaps a doll or an animal. It seemed to have been placed there almost as an offering. A chilling premonition settled over me. This wasn't just a place of loss, it was a place of sacrifice. Over the next week, we meticulously explored the area. We located several other mine shafts, some collapsed, others still gaping holes in the earth. Each one exuded the same heavy, cold presence. We also found the specific trails, barely discernible paths winding deeper into the most desolate parts of the forest. Along these trails, we occasionally found small, disturbing clues. A faded bandana tied to a branch, a single worn work boot half buried in the leaves, a faint, rhythmic humming that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere at once. The humming was perhaps the most unsettling. It was low, guttural, a deep vibration that resonated in my chest, a wordless song that seemed to emanate from the very earth itself. It carried a profound sense of ancient patience, of immense, unfathomable power. It wasn't aggressive, but it was deeply, unnervingly hungry. Lyra grew more withdrawn, more focused, her eyes constantly scanning the forest, her hands often pressed to the earth. She seemed to be listening to a conversation I couldn't hear, interpreting the subtle shifts in the land's energy. "The spirits here are not like Thomas Blackwood," she explained one evening, her voice hushed. "They are not driven by personal hatred or vengeance. They are simply fulfilling a need. The earth was wounded and it hungers for repayment. The people here fed that hunger with their greed, their mining. Now the earth reclaims its due slowly, inexorably." "So the missing people, they're absorbed, drawn into the earth?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. The idea was more chilling than any specter. Lyra nodded slowly. "They become part of it. Their life force, their essence nourishes the hungry earth. It is a slow, cold consumption, a binding to the very core of the mountain." The implications were horrifying. There was no chained sentinel to free, no specific family to redeem. This was an ancient, impersonal force, a slow-acting geological predator. The question wasn't how to break a curse, but how to stop a natural, albeit terrifying, process that had been awakened by human intrusion. "We need to go deeper," Lyra announced one morning, her voice resolute. "Into the primary mine, the oldest, deepest one. That is where the source of the hunger lies. We must understand it, truly understand it, before we can even contemplate a countermeasure." The primary mine, according to the old maps, was a sprawling labyrinth of tunnels, some descending hundreds of feet into the mountain. It was far more extensive than the small, superficial shafts we had found so far. It was also the site of the earliest disappearances. We prepared for the descent with meticulous care. Lyra gathered specific herbs for protection against the deep earth energies, imbued our flashlights with wards, and painted protective sigils on our mining helmets. The air in the cabin was thick with the scent of ozone and dried sage. Once we are in the earth, Lyra warned, her face grim, the air will grow heavy, the silence will press in, the hunger will be palpable, you must maintain your focus. Do not give in to the pull, do not let your fear root you to the stone. The entrance to the primary mine was daunting. It was a massive, timber-reinforced opening, easily twice the size of the other shafts, almost swallowed by a dense thicket of twisted ancient pines. A heavy rusted iron gate, half off its hinges, hung mournfully at its mouth. The air here was profoundly cold, even colder than outside, and the metallic tang was overwhelming. The low, guttural humming was much louder now, a constant, vibrating thrum that seemed to penetrate my bones. As we stepped past the gate into the absolute darkness, the sound intensified, becoming a pervasive pressure in my ears, a subtle vibration in the very soles of my feet. The beam of my powerful flashlight seemed swallowed by the inky blackness, only barely illuminating the immediate path. The air was thick, heavy, carrying the scent of damp earth, rust, and something else, something ancient and stagnant, like breath held for millennia. The tunnel sloped downwards, the timber supports groaning under the immense weight of the mountain. Water dripped rhythmically from the ceiling, creating small, echoing splashes in unseen puddles. The walls were rough, wet rock streaked with dark mineral deposits. Lyra walked ahead, her staff now glowing with a soft, internal light, tapping gently against the uneven ground, her steps slow and deliberate. We descended deeper and deeper, the sense of claustrophobia growing with each step. The humming intensified, becoming a low, resonant chant that vibrated through the very rock, seeming to speak directly to the primal parts of my brain. It wasn't a language of words, but of raw emotion, hunger, patience, vast, impersonal power. My throat tightened, the cold was pervasive, seeping into my joints, making my teeth chatter despite my layers of warm clothing. I could feel a subtle, almost imperceptible pull, a gentle tugging at my ankles, a desire to root me to the spot, to become one with the stone. I fought it, remembering Lyra's words, do not let your fear root you to the stone. I focused on my breathing, on the protective sigils on my helmet, on the steady light of Lyra's staff. After what felt like an hour, the tunnel opened into a vast, cavernous chamber. My flashlight beam struggled to find its limits. The ceiling was lost in shadows, but the floor was a chaotic landscape of fallen rock, ancient mining equipment, and strange, naturally occurring stalagmites that rose like jagged teeth from the earth. And everywhere the humming. It was loudest here, a deep, resonating thrum that filled the entire chamber, a constant, inescapable sound that seemed to be the very heartbeat of the mountain. This is it, Lyra whispered, her voice barely audible above the hum. The heart of the deep earth, the place where the hunger originates. In the center of the chamber, rising from a pool of impossibly still black water, was a formation unlike anything I had ever seen. It was a monolith, not carved, but naturally formed of obsidian black rock. It was massive, perhaps 30 feet tall, tapering to a jagged crystalline point. Its surface was unnaturally smooth, almost polished, and radiated an intense, profound cold. It pulsed faintly with a dark, internal light, mirroring the humming, absorbing all ambient light, making it seem like a whole in reality. It was strikingly similar, yet profoundly different from the standing stone Thomas Blackwood had destroyed. This one was organic, natural, born of the deep earth itself, not merely an ancient marker. This was the source. As I stared at it, I felt that familiar, gentle pull intensify. It wasn't just at my ankles now, it was in my chest, a deep longing to simply stop, to lie down, to become part of the cold, still earth. It was a seductive, peaceful yearning, promising an end to all effort, all struggle. The call, Lyra muttered, her voice strained, her eyes fixed on the monolith. The lure of the deep earth, it promises peace, absorption. It offers an end to suffering, but at the cost of your very essence. I raised my camera, my hands trembling. This was it, the proof, the terrifying, beautiful truth of Oak Haven. I began to take photos, the flashes momentarily illuminating the cavern, the monstrous monolith, revealing the strange, almost intricate patterns on its surface, as if countless ages of mineral deposits had formed a language. As I focused, I noticed something else, something I hadn't seen at first. Faint, ethereal figures, transparent and shimmering, seemed to be moving within the very stone of the monolith. They were indistinct, ghostly outlines of human forms trapped within the dark rock, perpetually reaching, perpetually dissolving. The missing people, they weren't merely absorbed, they were imprinted, imprisoned within the very source of the earth's hunger. A wave of profound sorrow washed over me. These weren't victims of a malevolent spirit, they were sacrifices slowly dissolving into the ancient hunger of the land. Suddenly, the humming intensified to an unbearable crescendo, vibrating through every fiber of my being. The monolith pulsed with a brighter, darker light, and the gentle pull became a powerful, almost irresistible tug. The air grew impossibly heavy, crushing. I gasped for breath, my vision blurring, my knees threatening to buckle. Hold fast, Lyra roared, her voice cutting through the overwhelming sound, her staff slamming onto the cavern floor. A ripple of soft, ethereal light expanded outwards from her staff, pushing back against the crushing pressure, forming a fragile bubble of protection around us. It knows we are here, it senses our intent. The light from the monolith dimmed, then pulsed again, a slow, deliberate rhythm as if it were breathing. The hum subsided slightly, becoming a deep, resonant rumble that seemed to reverberate from the very core of the earth. Then from the depths of the black water pool a new sound emerged. A slow, agonizing groan like grinding stone, followed by a faint metallic clanking. The water began to churn, slowly at first, then more rapidly, forming a swirling vortex. Lyra's eyes widened in alarm. It's waking, something is rising from the deep. From the churning black water, a massive, multi-limbed creature began to emerge. It wasn't a ghost or a shadow like Thomas, nor a chained skeleton like the Sentinel. This was something else entirely. Its body seemed to be composed of countless layers of dark, polished rock, resembling obsidian and granite, fused together into a grotesque, segmented form. It had multiple powerful limbs, like massive roots or serpentine tendrils, each ending in razor-sharp claws of what looked like raw iron. Its head was a featureless mass of stone, but from its center, 2 points of pure molten gold light glowed with cold, ancient intelligence. It was immense, filling a significant portion of the chamber as it slowly pulled itself from the water, its stony form dripping with the dark liquid. Each movement was accompanied by a grinding, scraping sound like tectonic plates shifting. The metallic clanking continued, not from chains this time, but from within its own body, as if its very essence was interwoven with the iron it had absorbed from the earth. This was no chained sentinel. This was a direct, physical manifestation of the deep earth's hunger, a primal guardian of the mountain's core, and it was awake. The deep warden, Lyra gasped, her face pale but her voice still strong, her staff glowing with fierce defiance. The true spirit of Oakhaven's hunger, it rises to claim us. The creature, the deep warden, turned its molten gold gaze towards us. The humming intensified, and I could feel a new, immense pressure bearing down, not just on my body, but on my very will. It wasn't a pull now, it was a push, an attempt to flatten us, to crush us into the earth, to absorb us instantly. One of its massive, stony tendrils rose from the water, dripping with the black liquid, slowly extending towards our protective bubble. It moved with a terrifying slowness, an inexorable power that made the air itself vibrate. The grinding sound was deafening. "It will test our resolve," Lyra said, her eyes fixed on the advancing tendril. "It will try to break our circle. Do not falter, do not look away. We are here not to fight, but to understand, to bear witness." The tendril reached our protective ward, its sharp iron claws scraping against the invisible barrier. A high-pitched, resonant whine filled the chamber as the two forces collided. Lyra gritted her teeth, her knuckles white as she gripped her staff, pouring all her energy into maintaining the shield. Her light flickered, strained, but held. The deep warden let out a low, guttural rumble, a sound that shook the very foundations of the mountain. It seemed to assess our defense, its molten gold eyes burning with ancient, calculating patience. Then, with a sudden, powerful lurch, it slammed another tendril against the barrier, followed by another, and another, a barrage of crushing blows that made the ward shimmer and groan under the immense pressure. Dust and small rocks rained down from the ceiling. The air thrummed with raw power. I felt a surge of fear, a primal instinct to run, to flee, but I forced myself to stand firm, to focus on Lyra's unwavering resolve, on the light of her staff. I raised my camera again, determined to capture this horrifying, awe-inspiring entity. I had come for the truth, and here it was in its rawest, most terrifying form. But what could we do? How could we appease such a being? The Blackwood ritual had been about restitution, about returning a sacred object. Here the desecration was ingrained, the hunger ancient. What could we offer to an entity that consumed life force itself? Lyra, her face etched with effort, suddenly spoke, her voice strained but clear. "It responds to purpose, to intent, it seeks nourishment. We must show it that there is another path, a different kind of feeding." Another path, a different kind of feeding. The words sparked a flicker of an idea in my mind, a desperate, half-formed thought. The images of the fading figures in the monolith, the slow consumption. The deep warden slammed another tendril, and the ward pulsed violently, threatening to burst. Lyra cried out, a sound of immense strain. I knew our protection wouldn't hold much longer. We were running out of time. I thought of Dr. Reed, of her words about understanding the warden's nature. I thought of Lyra's lessons about respecting the land, about balance. This wasn't Thomas Blackwood's petty greed. This was an ancient, wounded entity simply trying to survive, driven to reclaim what was taken. "Lyra," I shouted, my voice raw, barely audible over the grinding and humming. "The knowledge, the stories, could we offer it that? Sustenance through understanding, through remembrance." Lyra glanced at me, her eyes wild with exertion, a flicker of surprised comprehension in their depths. The essence of human experience, a form of spirit, yes. It would be a foreign taste, but perhaps acceptable. It was a long shot, a desperate, outlandish idea, but what else did we have? We couldn't fight this thing, we couldn't outrun it. Our only hope was to appeal to its ancient, primordial logic. "I have my camera," I yelled, clutching it tightly. The images, the stories of these people, I can give it the memory of them, the understanding of their lives, their struggles, their connection to this land. It was a wild gamble. The Deep Warden was an entity of raw earth and mineral, of hunger and absorption. Would it even comprehend such an offering? Lyra's eyes, though still strained, held a new glint of determination. It is a chance, a desperate one, but the pure intent, the act of giving it is a powerful offering, but we need a conduit, something to focus the offering. My mind raced, a conduit, something that could hold and project the essence of memory, of understanding. I didn't have Aliner's music box. What did I have? Then I remembered the worn leather-bound journal I carried, a personal log of my experiences, my observations, my photographs. It wasn't the diary of a victim, but the chronicle of a witness, a seeker of truth. It contained not just my story, but the stories of the Blackwoods, of Lyra, of Dr. Reed, and now the nascent story of Oakhaven. It was infused with my purpose, my intent to understand and share. My journal, I shouted, pulling it from my bag, holding it aloft. It contains the stories, the truth. Lyra nodded, a grim smile touching her lips. Yes, a vessel of memory, a testament to knowledge. Place it, young one, offer it, but be prepared. It will demand a powerful exchange. The Deep Warden roared, its tendrils pushing harder against our dissolving shield. The ground beneath us trembled. It was now or never. I looked at Lyra, her face contorted in effort, holding back an ancient god. I looked at the journal, feeling the weight of the stories it contained. And then I looked at the Deep Warden, its molten eyes fixed on us, its stony body radiating a terrible ancient hunger. This wasn't just about survival anymore. This was about communication, about bridging an unfathomable divide, about offering a different kind of sustenance to a being that had only known the cold absorption of flesh and spirit. It was about showing that there was more to humanity than just the fleeting life force it craved. It was about connection, even in the face of absolute terror. With a final, desperate surge of adrenaline, I raised the journal, my intent burning like a white-hot flame in my soul. I pushed past the collapsing ward, past Lyra's desperate cries, and stepped towards the churning pool, towards the ancient hunger of the Deep Warden. I lunged forward, the journal clutched in my outstretched hand, the ancient leather warm against my palm. The moment I crossed the invisible threshold of Lyra's ward, the full crushing force of the Deep Warden's presence slammed into me. It was like being submerged in liquid stone, every muscle straining against an invisible weight, every breath shallow and burning. The humming intensified to a deafening roar inside my head, a raw, primal demand for my very essence. No, get back! Lyra's voice was a desperate, fading cry behind me, swallowed by the immense sound. One of the Deep Warden's immense, stony tendrils dripping with black water moved with astonishing speed, not to strike but to intercept. It swept towards me, its razor-sharp iron claws glinting in the faint light of Lyra's staff, preparing to engulf me. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drum against the suffocating pressure. This was it, the exchange. I didn't flinch, I held the journal aloft, my intent burning. Here, I shouted, my voice a thin, reedy sound against the roar. Take it, the stories, the lives, the understanding. As the tendril reached me, it didn't crush. Instead, the sharp claws parted, and the massive, stony extremity seemed to hesitate, hovering inches from my face. A ripple like heat shimmering off asphalt emanated from its form. The molten gold eyes, previously fixed on me with ancient hunger, now seemed to flicker, to churn, as if processing an alien concept. Then, with an almost gentle, deliberate movement, the Deep Warden's tendril coiled around the journal. I felt a profound cold instantly spread from the book, searing into my hand, up my arm, and into my chest. It wasn't the draining cold of the Blackwood house, but a stark, raw cold that felt like touching the core of the earth itself, ancient and indifferent. A flash of blinding, dark energy erupted from the point of contact, engulfing both the journal and the Deep Warden's tendril. The cavern was plunged into absolute blackness for a split second. Then the light from Lyra's staff, now free from the immense pressure, flared back, illuminating the scene. The Deep Warden had drawn back. Its tendril, still holding the journal, had retracted towards its massive, featureless head. The molten gold eyes now glowed with a new intensity, swirling with what looked like pure, raw information. The humming, which had been a deafening roar, softened, deepening into a low, resonant thrum that seemed to vibrate through the very bedrock, no longer aggressive but contemplative. It wasn't a roar of triumph nor a cry of defeat. It was a sound of immense, unfathomable processing. The journal, still clutched in the Deep Warden's grip, began to emit a faint, ethereal glow. Not white like Aliner's music box, but a swirling mosaic of muted colors, earthy browns, deep greens, the faint glimmer of gold like captured memories. I could almost feel the stories within it, the experiences, the emotions, flowing outwards not as words, but as pure essence, a stream of consciousness being absorbed by the ancient entity. The Deep Warden remained utterly still, its multi-limbed body frozen in place, its gold eyes locked on the glowing journal. Time seemed to stretch and warp in the cavern. I stood there, utterly drained, my body trembling from the cold and the sheer exertion, watching as the primordial being consumed the stories of humanity. Lyra rushed to my side, her eyes wide with a mixture of awe and concern. She placed a steadying hand on my shoulder, her touch a grounding warmth after the deep warden's frigid contact. It accepts, she whispered, her voice filled with wonder. A different kind of nourishment, a taste of human experience rather than human life. As the deep warden absorbed the essence of the journal, a slow, profound shift began in the chamber. The pervasive cold, which had seeped into every pore, started to recede, replaced by a neutral, almost ambient coolness. The heavy, oppressive air lightened, becoming breathable again. The metallic tang began to dissipate, leaving behind only the earthy scent of damp rock. But the most striking change occurred within the obsidian monolith itself, the source of the deep warden's initial hunger. The faint, ethereal figures, the ghostly outlines of the missing people, began to stir. They no longer seemed to be dissolving, but coalescing, their forms growing subtly more defined, more whole. They shimmered with a soft, silver light like moonlight on water. As the deep warden drew the last vestiges of energy from the journal, which now looked brittle dry, its pages curling and flaking as if aged a century in mere moments, the figures within the monolith pulsed with a final, radiant burst of light. Then, one by one, they began to slowly, gracefully detach from the dark stone. They weren't solid, not quite, but they were no longer tormented. They emerged as shimmering, translucent beings, their forms indistinct yet clearly human. They seemed to float in the air, their faces turned towards the deep warden, their expressions a mix of confusion, dawning comprehension, and finally a profound, quiet peace. The deep warden, now still, its molten eyes dim, gently released the journal. It drifted to the ground at my feet, a mere husk of what it had been, its pages blank, its leather cover crumbling. The entity watched the shimmering figures for a long moment, a primal stillness emanating from its massive form. Then, with a slow, deliberate motion, it began to retract its limbs, sinking back into the swirling black water from which it had emerged. The grinding sound returned not as a threat but as a sigh. Its molten eyes were the last to disappear, fading beneath the surface of the pool, leaving behind only a faint, lingering glow in the murky depths. The water settled, becoming still and black once more. The humming ceased entirely. A silence, deeper and more profound than before, enveloped the cavern. It was not the watchful, oppressive silence of the forest, but a quiet, ancient peace. The shimmering figures, now free from the monolith, lingered in the air, a silent assembly. They looked at each other, a collective sigh of release seeming to ripple through their ethereal forms. Then, as one, they turned towards the exit of the cavern, towards the faint light that filtered down from the surface. Their forms began to slowly dissipate, fading like mist drawn upwards out of the deep earth, towards a peace they had been denied for so long. "They are free," Lyra whispered, her voice thick with emotion. "The deep warden has accepted the offering, their binding is released, they are returning to the cycle." A wave of overwhelming exhaustion, mingled with an even deeper sense of satisfaction than after the Blackwood house, washed over me. We had done it. We had offered a different path, a connection where only consumption had existed before. The journey out of the mine was long, but felt immeasurably lighter. The tunnels, though still dark and damp, no longer felt oppressive. The air was clean, carrying the faint scent of stone and water, not the metallic tang of hunger. We emerged into the late afternoon sun, blinking against the sudden brightness, feeling the warmth on our faces like a benediction. The forest around Oakhaven had changed. It wasn't vibrant yet, but the sickly green of the leaves was gone, replaced by a healthier, deeper hue. The oppressive stillness had lifted, and I could hear the faint rustle of leaves, the distant call of a bird. The hungry earth was no longer hungry. We returned to the cabin in silence. The few remaining residents of Oakhaven watched us from their porches, their faces still wary, but a flicker of something new in their eyes. A hesitant hope, a dawning awareness that perhaps, after generations, the ancient torment had finally ceased. Lyra performed another cleansing ritual that evening, a quieter, more reflective one. As the smoke of juniper and cedar curled around me, I felt not just the residue of the deep warden's cold, but the immense weight of the collected stories, the memories I had willingly offered, lift from my spirit. It wasn't a loss, it was a sharing. The journal was gone, but its essence, my essence, was now a part of the deep warden, a strange, beautiful exchange. The next morning, Lyra looked at me, her eyes thoughtful. "You have walked into the heart of two ancient powers, young one. You have faced the wrath of the wardens and the hunger of the deep earth. You have offered truth and empathy where others offered only greed and fear. This is your path now, to be a bridge, to be a voice for the voiceless, both human and elemental." I nodded, the words resonating deep within me. The path was clear, terrifying, and profoundly meaningful. Back at the university, Dr. Reed listened to my account with rapt attention, her expressions shifting from disbelief to awe. She examined the crumbling remains of my journal, its blank pages a testament to the colossal exchange. "Extraordinary," she breathed, tracing the faded outline of where my last words had been writ. "To offer knowledge as sustenance. It shifts our entire understanding of these entities. It speaks to a fundamental principle, respect, communication, and the power of shared experience. You have not only documented these forces, Mr. Your Name, you have interacted with them, influenced them, and in doing so, altered their ancient course." My article on Oakhaven, The Mountain's Memory, Offering Truth to the Hungry Earth, was published a year later. It was even more challenging to write than The House That Finally Slept. for it dealt with an entity so primordial, so far removed from human understanding. I wrote it not as a triumph, but as a profound lesson, a stark reminder of humanity's impact on the ancient world and the possibility of reconciliation through understanding and respect. The response was different this time, less outrage, more quiet introspection. It resonated particularly with indigenous communities, with historians of forgotten mining towns, with those who understood the deep wounds humanity had inflicted upon the land. I was no longer just a witness, I was becoming a recognized voice, a chronicler of the liminal, bridging worlds. My focus shifted permanently. I continued my work, traveling to forgotten corners of the world, seeking out other Lyras, other Dr. Reeds, other places where the ancient currents of the earth stirred. My camera remained my most trusted tool, but my intent had broadened. I sought to document not just the visible manifestations of the unseen, but the subtle energy shifts, the whispers of ancient lore, the delicate balance that held the world together. I never forgot the Blackwood house, now a silent, decaying shell being slowly swallowed by the forest, Thomas's isolated torment, a bleak reminder of hubris. I never forgot the deep warden, now slumbering beneath Oakhaven, nourished by the collective memory it had consumed, its hunger sated for now. But most of all, I remembered the faces. Eleanor and her mother finding peace in the soft light of the music box. The shimmering figures of Oakhaven, released from their stony prison, ascending towards a freedom long denied. Their stories, once trapped in suffering, were now woven into the fabric of my own journey, a sacred trust I carried with every step. The world was vast, filled with wonders and terrors beyond imagining, and I, the photojournalist who had stumbled into the darkness, was now dedicated to bringing its hidden truths into the light, not as sensation, but as warning, as reverence, and as a profound, enduring hope for connection between all things seen and unseen. The song of the earth, I realized, was endless, and I had finally learned how to listen.